We'll call the city council meeting to order. It's 5:04 p.m. City Clerk, can we get a roll call, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Councilmember Griffith,
Here.
Councilmember Kaji,
Here.
Councilmember Kalani,
Present.
Councilmember Lewis,
Present.
Councilmember Matucci,
Here.
Councilmember Sheikh,
Here.
Mayor Chen.
Present. The council will now recess to close session to confer with the city manager and city attorney on agenda matters listed under 14A, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, 14B, conference with labor negotiators, and 14C, real property, conference with real property negotiator. A closed session on these matters is authorized by California Government Code sections 54956.9D1, 54957.6, and 54956.8. Okay. Ready for Good evening. I'd like to welcome everyone joining us in the City Council chamber, along with everyone watching remotely to tonight's City Council meeting. We encourage the public to continue to stay civically involved by participating in the bi-monthly meetings. We ask that you treat one another with respect despite having a difference in opinion. This is where we are able to truly practice the principles of democracy. Last weekend, the City of Torrance hosted Coastal Cleanup Day, one of the largest volunteer days around the world. Thank you everyone that participated. At least I finally went on the right date. Then, not too far from that event, the city also celebrated the much anticipated reopening of the El Retiro Library. Congratulations to the staff for putting on such a great event and working tirelessly to bring back this local resource better than before. It was great to see so many happy faces at the library. If you haven't checked it out, please be sure to stop by. El Retiro Library is located at 126 Vista del Park in South Torrance. Lastly, I'd like to give a special thanks to the Torrance Area Chamber of Commerce and our city staff for helping me make my inaugural State of the City address a successful event. I love being able to speak with our business community and share my vision and goals for the city. We are so fortunate to have the support of the Chamber, along with so many committed business members. I look forward to working hard, not only for the residents, but help to grow and expand the economic footprint of our community. The speech and video in its entirety is available to view on the city's website at torranceca.gov. As we move into the agenda, again, thank you to everyone for joining us tonight in person or viewing on our website, Facebook, YouTube, or City Cable. We continue to run normal businesses for our residents and community to keep Torrance moving forward. It is important to us that you have an opportunity to voice your comments. Public emails will continue to have a deadline of 2 p.m. on the day of the council meeting if you wish to make a comment. Thank you to those of you who met today's deadline. They have been forwarded to the council as supplemental material and will be entered into the public record. Any emails submitted after deadline will still be added to the public record. For all of you in attendance this evening, in just a few minutes, we will accept oral communications. It's not really just a few minutes, there's a few things before this actually. Or public comments on items not on the agenda and consent items. Speaker cards are accepted before the start of the meeting and are entered in the speaker list. Those submitted after the meeting starts are not, but you will be able to speak once the list has been exhausted. You will have up to 1 minute per speaker for a period up to 15 minutes. Comments on administrative matters as they are considered allow up to 1 minute per speaker. Comments on public hearings allow up to 2 minutes per speaker. We do have one public hearing tonight. The speaker clock starts as soon as you step to the microphone. Time limits will be strictly enforced to ensure equal opportunity. We request that speakers keep their remarks brief and limited to the topic of discussion. At the end of the meeting, we will have up to another 15 minutes for oral communications number 2, which will allow up to 1 minute per speaker. Remember, you can only participate under one of the oral communications during this meeting. Next is the flag salute, led by Councilmember Griffiths, and then an invocation by Councilmember John Kaji.
Please join me as we honor our flag and our country. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good evening, everyone. Tonight, let us pause to acknowledge and celebrate Rosh Hashanah, the Jewish New Year's, and the year 5783 in the Hebrew calendar. Let us all join in a spirit of personal reflection and repentance as we enter into the coming year. For all of us on the City Council and the City of Torrance, Happy New Year. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you both. Moving on to item 3. City Clerk, can I get a report on the posting of agenda?
Yes, Your Honor, this agenda was posted on, this agenda was posted on Tuesday, September 20th, with a revised agenda posted on Thursday, September 22nd.
I'll take a motion to waive further reading of resolutions and ordinance after number and title.
So moved.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
We're now moving on to item 4, announcement of withdrawn, deferred, and/or supplemental items.
Good evening, Your Honor. Honorable Chairman and City Manager. We have supplemental materials for item 6E, City Clerk and City Attorney. Discuss commission appointment process and consideration of adoption of ordinance. Item 7, oral communications. Item 9B, transit authorized submission of fiscal year 2021-2022 Federal Transit Administration grant application appropriate funds. 9D, general services of fire authorized purchase order for cooperative purchase of 4 ambulances. 9G, from Community Development, adopt resolution terminating agreement for real property at 23805 Hawthorne Boulevard. 9H, community services, accept and file status report on coyote management plan and approve First Amendment to contract services agreement for citywide coyote trapping services. 9I, City Manager and Community Development, consider options for permanent outdoor dining and activity program and consider extension of temporary COVID-19 related land use entitlements. And finally, 10A, consider appeal of Planning Commission denial of precise plan of development to allow construction of a two-story single-family residence at the property located within the Hillside Overlay District in the R1 zone at 139 Via Alameda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're now moving on to item 5, council committee meetings and announcements. Councilman Matucci?
Councilman, it's on the front cover of the agenda, the Transportation Committee.
There you go.
No, it's good.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Mayor. The Transportation Committee meeting is scheduled for tomorrow, Wednesday, September 28, 2022, at 6 p.m. here in the council chambers. At this meeting, members of the Los Angeles County Metro Transit Authority will present information on the C-Line extension to Torrance via the railroad right-of-way alignment. City staff will also discuss the potential adverse impacts by the proposed alternative via Hawthorne Boulevard alignment. Members of the public are encouraged to attend in person or via the meeting virtually. Additional information for the meeting, including how to view the meeting online, can be found at Torrance Transit's website at transit.torranceca.gov. Let me do that one more time, www.transit.torranceca.gov, and other communication channels throughout the city. Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk?
Thank you, Your Honor. The City of Torrance is currently accepting applications for 2 unscheduled vacancies on the Civil Service Commission. The application deadline is this Thursday, September 29th by 5 p.m. Applications are being accepted at the City Clerk's counter via U.S. mail or email to cityclerk@torranceca.gov. Postmarks are not accepted. Applicants must be an elector of the City of Torrance and have completed commission certification training within the last 2 years to be eligible for appointment. Commissioners applying for appointment must also be current on Ethics AB 1234 and non-supervisor harassment prevention training. For more information, please visit torranceca.gov/government/commissions or call the Office of the City Clerk at 310-618-2870. As the elections official for the City of Torrance, part of my duties are voter outreach and education. I am hosting the Torrance League of Women Voters Pros and Cons of the Ballot Measures Forum on Thursday, October 13th from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. in the Toyota Meeting Hall. For those who are unable to attend, Torrance Community Television will be taping the forum and playing it on Channel 28. A link will also be placed on the city's election webpage as well as on the League of Women Voters website. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Moving on to refinery, we got an announcement from Assistant Chief Miller.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Torrance Refining Company will be conducting their monthly test of the Community Alert Siren next Wednesday, October 5th. That is a week from tomorrow. That'll happen at approximately 11:30 a.m. This is only a test. The monthly test is described as follows. A 1-minute chime, all clear chime, will proceed and follow a 2-minute siren tone. Total testing will not exceed 5 minutes. It is important to note that the siren tone carries a greater distance and may be heard beyond the reach of the chimes. During a real emergency, when you hear sirens, the public is encouraged to shelter, shut, and listen. When at home or outdoors, go indoors, close all vents, windows, and doors. Listen for instructions on local cable and radio. If driving, continue to drive, close windows and vents, turn your radio to 1620 AM, which is city sounds. Listen for the chime sound that will signal all clear. For additional information, please contact the Torrance Refining Company Community Relations at area code 310-212-1852. We also encourage all community to sign up for Torrance Alerts. For more information regarding Torrance Alerts, please go to the City of Torrance webpage. Thank you.
Thank you. We're now moving on to item 6, community matters, and we'll take item 6F or Foxtrot and the city clerk out of order.
If I may ask Councilmember Lewis to please meet me at the podium.
Get your cameras ready.
Councilmember Lewis, I would like to present you your certificate of appointment for your position as city council member. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I believe before your family comes up, Mayor and council would like to take a photo.
Yes, so I'm going to ask the council, let's join Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Oh, no.
All right, we're going to
Yes, please.
Okay. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. You're the mayor.
I'm going to put this here.
Stand up a little higher.
Okay, let's even it up. He's going high. Let's put one person up high.
Oh, you're twins.
All right, yeah.
Oh, boy.
You guys are providing the light for us.
This is going to end up in a movie.
All right. Congratulations.
Yes, yes, please. If everybody wants to stay to take pictures with the family, you're more than welcome to. Yes. After all, I'm probably going to spend more time with you guys than I do with them anyway. So. We good? Are we looking at you, Jill?
Yeah, all that light up top.
Or
It's the glare off of our heads.
Okay, here we go. 1, 2, 3.
we're good? Oh, she-
think I'm going to stay here for a while. We're now moving on to item 6A. City Clerk, may we have a number and title, please?
Yes, Your Honor. This is resolution number 2022-97, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, honoring Eleanor Barthay Jones upon her retirement from the city after 32 years of service.
I'll take a motion to adopt resolution 2022-97.
Move to adopt resolution 2022-97.
Second.
Start voting, please. Mayor, may I have
I
your
am a
vote?
yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Super. Well, I'm already at the podium, so item 6, Baker, proclamation honoring lead chaplain Dean Maeda after 30 years of serving the Torrance Police Department and the Torrance community. Dean? All right. You stand here. We're going to have the council members start reading their part of proclamation.
Whereas Dean Maeda has lived in Torrance since 1964. He graduated from North High School in 1980, which is where he met his wife of 36 years, Janet Maeda. Together, they have 2 adult children, Matthew, married to Jerica, and Teresa, and
Whereas since 1986, Dean served as the lead pastor at the Nova Community Church in Torrance and is known as a gifted equipper, trainer, and coach of pastors, executives, and organizational leaders. And
Whereas Dean worked part-time for the City of Torrance Parks and Recreation Department from 1978 to 1984 while attending school. He was a Parks and Recreation Commissioner for 16 years, from 1997 to 2005. And from 2010 to 2018, he served the City of Torrance for over 30 years as the lead chaplain for the Torrance Police Department. And
Whereas, as lead chaplain for the Torrance Police Department, he served with 6 police chiefs, including Chief Joseph De La Rente, Chief James Herron, Chief John New, Chief Mark Matsuda, Chief Eve Berg, and Chief Jeremiah Hart. And
Whereas, Dean represented the Torrance Police Department at public events such as the National Day of Prayer Breakfast and police memorial services, and provided invaluable counseling and spiritual support to department personnel and their families. And
Dean continues to be a mentor, a counselor, and a comforter to both the Torrance Police Department and the community at large.
Now, therefore, I, George Chen, as mayor of the City of Torrance, California, do hereby recognize Dean Maeda for his inestimable dedication and contributions to the City of Torrance and to all the residents who benefited from his service. We extend him best wishes for a full and rewarding retirement. Signed this day, 27th of September, 2022. Captain Vukatek, you have some comments to make.
I do, Your Honor. Thank you. Chaplain Maeda, Dean, thank you for your years of service for the Torrance Police Department and, more importantly, our community. You always had the right words to say, but more importantly, the right prayer at the right time. I wish you and your family all the best, and may God bless you. Thank you.
Dean, do you have a few words you want to share?
Yes, thank you. Mayor and the members of the City Council, thank you so much for this proclamation and for the men and women of the police department, of the Torrance Police Department. It's been an honor and it's been a privilege to serve with you, alongside of you, and to serve you. I also want to thank my wonderful wife, Janet, who's here with us today, and my children, Matthew, and his wife, my daughter-in-law, Jerica, and my daughter, Carissa. And so thank you so much for this proclamation.
May I ask the council to come down one more time?
Ready? Okay. Let's invite the family member. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe ask your wife to open it. You can stand this side. You stand and hold the team. There you go. There you go.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for everything. Appreciate it.
Oh, a couple more. Okay. Gotta get.
Anyone else from the PD, please join.
I say the PD first by themselves.
David?
Thank you very much.
Come on, Anthony.
These are chaplains.
Yes, gotta have them too. Gotta have more chaplains.
More chaplains. You gotta have. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Trevor. Well done.
Thank you, Mayor.
Congratulations, man. That was great.
We are moving on to item 6C as in Charlie. Get ready, it's coming. Some of you may know that as an active athlete myself, I am passionate about youth sports and fostering opportunities for our young athletes to excel. So it's truly an honor to congratulate our very own Torrance Babe Ruth 15U All-Star team for being finalists in Babe Ruth World Series. The Torrance Babe Ruth 15U All-Star team is made up of 15 players attending either Torrance, West, or South high schools. They began their journey this season in February 2022. The team persevered, never giving up on their dream. In the championship game, the team was behind 7-1, but came back to tie the game. Although the team did not win the championship, they received the Sportsmanship Award in the World Series. Coach Xavier Narez shared some wisdom for his team, which I would like to share. This game is a small part of life, but the lessons learned in sports cannot go unnoticed. Going through adversity is a part of life, which will never change. While you may not understand this now, when you get older, you will always use these tools learned in sports to succeed in life. The coach also said, memories created this summer will stay. Congratulations to the coach, parents, and family members who supported these players along their journey. It's because of you they are here
today. Let's give them a round of applause for our Torrance Babe Ruth 15U All-Star team. I'd like to invite them to the podium for a photo. Coming up, guys. So the coach, you're going to have to tell me who's going to be holding this certificate up in the front. Or the manager in this case. Congratulations. You guys, you know what I think I'll do is give it to Ricky. There's so many of them. They're going to occupy the whole space. Coach? Yeah, Coach Alvin, thank you. Coach Alvin. Thank you, sir. Thank you guys very much. Appreciate you guys so much. All right. Appreciate it. All right. We're going to do this another 10 times? Yeah. Right? Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Okay, I think they're just about there. We're now moving on to item 6D, as in Delta. From the city clerk, is there a staff presentation?
Yes, Your Honor. This item from the city clerk is to discuss and provide direction to the city clerk on an annual commission recognition luncheon. At the July 26, 2022 City Council meeting, Councilmember Griffiths requested the city clerk to bring back an item on hosting an annual recognition luncheon for city commissioners. The city clerk researched hosting an annual reception luncheon for city commissioners. There are 12 commissions plus the youth council, staff liaisons, department heads, and elected officials who would be in attendance. The attendance would be approximately 100 attendees, depending on who the city council requests the city clerk to invite. The quotes obtained for catering for 100 people range from $800 to $5,000, depending on the type of food served. For a self-serve buffet-style sandwiches, fruit and vegetable trays, and cookies, the cost is $800. For an assisted buffet style for the same, the cost is $1,771.87. Obviously, for a hot meal, it's at the top of the price range, about $5,000. The Toyota Meeting Hall rental for 4 hours, a 2-hour event time with a 1-hour setup and 1-hour cleanup time is $780. In the past, commissioners who completed their term of office were provided with a 5x7 plaque. Again, these plaques were only provided to those who were actually leaving office. The cost of the plaque with a city logo and an engraved plate with the name and terms of the commissioner are $20 each. The engraving included the following: in recognition of your dedicated service, the recipient's name, the name of the commission, and the term of their office. Currently, commissioners are only provided a certificate at the completion of their term of office. The cost of one package, 25 sheets of certificate paper, run between $10 to $20, depending on the design and quality of the certificate paper. The cost of printing is minimal. Costs for 3 additional city clerk staff to work at the event are run about $757.44. If the council wishes to reinstate the annual commission recognition luncheon, the city clerk budget would need additional funding to cover this expense. And I open it up to your discussion on how you would like to proceed. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the council? Councilman Griffiths.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Boyer. I appreciate you bringing this item forward at my request. I'm probably the only one up here who's been on a commission long enough ago to remember these luncheons that we used to have for our commissioners, and to me, it was one of the things I actually really looked forward to as a commissioner once a year to have an opportunity to mingle with city council and the other commissioners in the city, to get to know each other and build a little camaraderie amongst all the group, and also as a token of appreciation for what the commissioners do for our city. And I really believe that they provide a significant service for us as a council, for the city, and I think this is a very small token of appreciation that we should bestow upon our commissioners once a year, and I would certainly love to see us support this. Thank you. And as far as the city, where the budget comes from, I'm not quite sure why it would have to come from the city clerk's budget. I mean, to me, the commissioners are for the benefit of the city council. I'm not sure how much we have as budget, but I certainly think we should look at opportunities for sharing the cost of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. I too think it's a wonderful way to recognize a lot of effort and a lot of hard work that dedicated people perform for us. So I would be in support of this as well.
Thank you. Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't know how you guys feel about it, but I do definitely want to do something like this. I would like to do it as obviously inexpensive as possible, maybe the buffet style. But I'd like to see it also as a +1, you know, being able to bring at least one significant other for each commissioner. But that's just my thoughts.
Thank you. Any other comments from the council before I go to the public? I don't see any. I see, looks like Mr. Porkchop has signed up.
Hello, this is Porchap time again. I wasn't ready for this one. I did not study it, but my point is that you guys run for saving money for the city and the taxpayers, and you guys spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to tell the taxpayers you don't have money. So people believed you, and they voted for the, what is it, safe and whatever Torrance, you know, strong. I'm sorry. So anyway, if you did not have so much money, because the SST money did not come in yet, then you know, we have money for this. So my daddy was a very thrifty guy, and my whole family is a cheapskate, you know, so I don't know, you know, what do we celebrate here? What do we celebrate here? Number 4 from the bottom, from the frogs, you know what? You know, they are number from the bottom. Celebrating that?
Thank you. Your time is up. You could be thrift about speaking as well. Any other public comments? I don't see any. I'll bring this back up to the council then. How does the council wish to proceed? Councilman Matucci.
Yeah, I have a question. If we were to go with a +1, how does that apply as far as the cost of, I mean, the room charge would be the same, correct? I mean, it would be extra, maybe some extra food and drinks.
Yes, that would just increase the food and drink cost. And again, it depends on how many. I estimated, you know, 100 people. That included staff. I figured not all commissioners would be able to attend. They may have something else that day. So I left it at $100. I mean, 100 people for the estimate.
Yeah.
So that was your max in terms of commissioners' participation. So it could be, you know, like no greater than 70% maybe. then potentially times 2, something
Correct.
like that.
Yeah, I really do think that inviting the significant other is important because that's the people that you leave behind when you come and serve the city. At least we could do is get to know who their significant other is, and they should be appreciated as well, I think. That's all.
Thank you. Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. Just out of curiosity, why did we stop that?
Budget cuts, Councilman, Adams Metropolitan City Manager.
But that's like 10, 15 years ago.
We
at
had
least.
significant budget cuts 10, 15
At the
years
time?
ago. At least in 2008. We went line item and reduced travel, as well as dinners, including mayor and council, executive staff. So that's been a while, as Councilman Griffiths mentioned.
Yeah, definitely I'd like to see it come back. I think that will increase the morale, and that's a great idea to recognize for all the hard work they do. And some of the commissions, they literally spend 5, 6, 7 hours a day, one meeting. But I think that should be good to bring it up. Thank you. I'll support that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilwoman Kalani.
I don't know that we discussed it. I would recommend the certificates because they can be framed if someone wants to frame them.
Are you finished? Okay. Councilwoman Lewis.
I just wanted to add, just so we're crystal clear to the public, that being on a commission is unpaid. It is completely voluntary. We have some of our commissioners and commissions, as Councilman Sheikh alluded to, that are here 6, 7, 8, 9 hours, sometimes for hearings and other business of the city, all unpaid, all away from their families. So if we can show appreciation for what that brings, not only to us as a city, but to us as a council, I would highly recommend that because it is that vitally important to our community. And my follow-up question to the city manager is, would that impact the city clerk's budget at all, or how would that work?
We'll adjust the budget should council decide to proceed with this program. It's not a major expense, but we'll be able to allocate across departments and ensure that there's adequate funding.
Perfect. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other comments from the council? If not, I think I see some motions here.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'd like to go ahead and make a motion after I ask one quick question. Does anyone remember from staff did the luncheons that we had in the past include the +1s, or was it just commissioners?
We may have to go back and look at some pictures, Councilman, but I think it was commissioners, but I mean, there's always drop-off rate. We should be able to accommodate.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to that, but it's really the focus to me is on the commissioners and their ability to interact with the other commissioners. I'm a little concerned that the +1s will distract from the commissioner mingling, but if that's what the council would like to see, I'm happy to go ahead and include that in the motion. I agree, certificates is fine. I think I don't recall ever seeing plaques that are be given out, at least not while I was a commissioner. So certificates, I think, would be fine for especially for the special recognition, leaving a commission, or length of service. I think those are appropriate for certificates of recognition. And as far as the food goes, I mean, it's not about the food. It's about just thanking the commissioners for their service and just giving them a little something, a reason to come together. And so, minimal expense for whatever luncheon we can provide that's within reason. I'd like to keep it at the lower end of the range, especially if we double the amount of people coming to +1s. And so that would be my motion to go ahead with this. And I appreciate, again, staff for bringing this forward.
Just to clarify, are you suggesting the certificate and not the plaque?
Not the plaque. Save cost.
Understand, I just want to make sure that was
Yeah,
clear.
thank you.
Right.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously. Thank you.
We're now moving on to item 6E as an echo from the city clerk and city attorney. Is there a staff presentation?
Yes, Your Honor. This is the recommendation of the city clerk and city attorney that mayor and City Council discuss the commission appointment process with regard to the Torrance Municipal Code and consider adoption of an ordinance changing and adding language to the Torrance Municipal Code for all commissions. There is a supplemental to this item showing how other cities handle commission appointments. The local cities are on page 3 of that item. I would just like to point out, City of Lomita, the commissioners are interviewed and appointed by City Council. City of Manhattan Beach, commissioners are appointed by all of City Council. Redondo Beach, commissioners are appointed by the mayor, subject to confirmation by City Council. And Hermosa Beach City Council appoints commissioners. Hawthorne, each member of the City Council appoints one person to each commission. And City of Gardena, the entire council appoint commissions. At the September 13th City Council meeting, Councilmember Griffiths received concurrence from the City Council to request that the City Clerk and City Attorney bring this item back related to City Commissions regarding the appointment process to potentially change the language. The changes include from the mayor making the appointment and being confirmed by council to the mayor and City Council making the appointment. There was also a mention that possibly adding language to have commissioners finish their term of office on one commission before being appointed to the other. The ordinance before you tonight does not include that language. The ordinance that here before you tonight only includes the language to make it that the entire City Council appoint the commissioner. So that's something for you to discuss and decide.
Actually, Rebecca, this is Patrick Sullivan, City Attorney. It does include that language.
Oh, it does include
So
it.
if the
Okay,
council
sorry.
does not want it, they'll have to strike it.
Okay, thank you. Additional discussion that was brought up was possible background checks on commission applicants. I know some council members said no background checks. One thing that should be considered in the very least is that those commissions like Parks and Recreation that interact with the youth council be fingerprinted before they work with the children. I know they don't probably want to be called children, they're young adults, but that usually is a requirement in any organization that anyone working with individuals under 18 be fingerprinted prior to working with them. Council members also discussed possible adding language to the commission application to make it similar to the council appointment application. A revised commission application is included with this item. 2 additions were made that would make it similar to the council appointment, and that would be adding the question, have you ever been convicted of any crime or violation of law or statute other than minor traffic violations? It's a yes or no question, and then if yes, please attach a separate sheet of explanation. And then before the signature line, adding, I declare under penalty of perjury that all statements in this application and the attached responses are true and complete to the best of my knowledge and belief. And that is up to your honorable body to discuss. And then if you did want to add that to the application, the question, where did you want it on the application? Do you want it in the confidential section or do you want it in the public section of the application? City Attorney Sullivan, do you have anything to add?
You covered it. Thank you.
I now turn it over to your honorable body to discuss and advise.
Thank you. I think we have Councilman Griffiths.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, thank you again, and staff. Appreciate all your work on bringing this back. This is something that our council in the past has discussed many a time about making this change, but for whatever reason, we never got to making the change. So I'm hoping we're able to finally make this long overdue change here tonight. I did have a bunch of questions, unfortunately. On page 16 of the item, at the top, there's a reference to a commission I've never heard of called the Parking Place Commission. Does anybody know what that is?
Yeah, it was actually news to me. I don't know if someone else has things. I didn't want to delete it at this point, but I was just making a thing. But I was going to make a note to check in with the city manager's office afterwards to see when the last time this commission met. But I don't recall it meeting during my career here.
I mean, I'd like to see, if we do move forward with this, I'd like to see that whole section struck if there's no reason to keep it.
We could look into that. We'd have to revise on the fly to get the other sections, because it's not just those. It's like the other ones. There's like 5 or 6 sections there. So
yeah, well, that certainly was one that just stuck out to me like a sore thumb. Is like I've never, in all my years, I've never heard of it either. So if we're going to clean up, let's clean it up right. And that also goes to page 18, the bottom of page 18, appointments in terms of members. There were some references there to some very specific appointments that I don't see any reason that we carry those forward in our paperwork.
I left those in just for the staggering purposes,
Right.
so that if one of those people left, it was clear which term was covered, but if the council wants to remove it, they can.
It's not a huge deal, but if we're gonna, like I said, if we're cleaning up, that's something I'd like to clean up. And Ms. Poya, you mentioned about the commission the application, and should we add some additional things on there like we have on our council commission application? And I think it would be worthwhile to have that information on there, although I don't know that it should be in the confidential space, because I think the public should be aware of the issue, specifically around any convictions of crimes. So I think that it should be on the app, but in my opinion, it should not be in the confidential section, and I'm open to comments from my colleagues on that. I also really don't feel that there's a need for the expensive background checks. Do we do fingerprinting currently for any commissioners?
No, we do not.
Is there a cost for that? I'm sure there is.
Yeah.
Do we have an estimated cost per person to fingerprint?
It's probably $75 range, Councilman, Alabama Department City Manager.
I'll listen to what my colleagues have to say about that. We haven't done it in the past. I'm not sure that I've felt any reason that we have it, but if it's something that we think would be a better thing to include, I'm open to that. I don't want to take anyone's thunder away. One of the things that we've also talked about and we've never implemented was the potential order of appointments when we're making appointments to multiple commissions at one time from a single pool of applicants. I know that the council's discussed many times that some of us feel that maybe it makes sense to appoint the quasi-judicial commissions first when we have the maximum pool of applicants available. And I'd like to hear from my colleagues as to what their thoughts are about putting in some language, if this is the appropriate place to do it, as far as order of appointments, and which commissions would be appointed first in a pool type appointment.
Each commission has its own section here, so we'd have to either add a new section to the code to cover that, or we could revise the council rules of order. But there's nothing that we have prepared tonight. We could bring something back on that, but there's nothing. These ones are just dealing with the actual appointment process and the staying on fulfillment of a term. And since each one's particular, we'd have to create a new, overriding section of the code to say how appointments are made in order of whatever order you come up with quasi-judicial first, like planning, civil service, environmental quality, and then whatever order you want after that.
Right.
We could create a new section, but we'd probably have to bring that back for you.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I was thinking, though. And that brings up my last question at the moment, is that there seems to be a huge amount of redundancy in the way this ordinance is written for each commission. I mean, why don't we just say all these commissions have these same exact rules and not have to have a separate paragraph for each commission? And I'm sure you have a good legal reason why you do that.
There's not a good legal reason other than past practice that each one was set up at a separate time, and so each one has its own things that there's a creation, composition, compensation, qualifications, there's an appointment section, there's a filling of vacancies, there's removal, appointment of chairman, meetings and bylaws, powers and duties, and rules. So the powers and duties of each commission would be different, but if you wanted to look at consolidating, we'd have to bring that back, because obviously that'd be a lot of work tonight.
I understand. I'm not expecting any of these changes to be made on the fly tonight, but because this item is, this is an opportunity, I think, that we have to clean this up. I know there's some potential urgency to make the decision, but I think the mayor's already made a voluntary offer to follow this proposed way of appointing it for future commissions, even if we don't have it in our code. But again, that's up. I still want to hear from my colleagues on all of this. And just a minor joke, I think attorneys probably get paid by the page for your
I wish I
ordinances.
did, but other attorneys do, but I don't.
Just a joke. That's all for my questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I want to thank you, my colleague, Councilman Griffiths, to bringing this in discussion. Couple comments and couple clarifications. I agree with Councilman Griffith that this should be part of public information. We should ask, and applicant should, and the public should know if there's any prior conviction. However, I like to add also or request an addition that we should also request from the applicant that they should give us an authorization in case we need to run background investigation or any kind of background check. We don't need to go or spend money on any of the background investigation. However, if we deem to do that, we should have an authorization in advance, so we don't look for and do that. The other point I'd like to make is that a way to add a clause in this document that City Council has the authority to terminate any of the appointee just for any reason that feels that's not representative for the city or somebody's not representing with the proper manner.
Councilman Shake, Patrick Sullivan, City Attorney. That's in each section of each commission. Just I'm looking at one right now, and it just says the member of the commission may be moved from office by a vote of the majority of all members of the City Council. So if you wanted to have that on the application, you could do that as well.
Yes, that's what they're referring. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one correction. I think I stated earlier that it was voluntary and you're unpaid. You get paid $10 per meeting as you attended, which you have the option to donate if you so wish. During the course of this item, the City of Torrance has a number of citizen commissions that make significant contributions to supporting Torrance, as we all stated earlier. It is advancing a well-balanced and responsive council that has a sincere appreciation for our over 80 volunteer commissioners who, in addition to getting paid the $10 per meeting, also dedicate their time and dedication to Torrance. We continue to encourage all citizens to be involved and submit your interest if you're interested in joining a commission. However, with that said, there are we've become aware that several commissioners are not in compliance with the required and mandated training that it takes to become a commissioner and to maintain being on the commissions in the City of Torrance. And what I'm asking staff to do, with the concurrence of my colleagues, is to have City Council to agendize an item and have it brought forth to consider removing any commissioner that is not in compliance with the state mandated training from the commissions, or not to reappoint them as a commissioner when their term is up if they are out of compliance with the training. So it's the City of Torrance Commissioner training, and then you have ethics training that you have to do, and then you also have to do your Form 700s. And our staff is spending a significant amount of time in the city clerk's office reaching out to commissioners to remind them to do their training and to follow up again and again and again. And our mayor is also reaching out to commissioners. And I think after the first or second time of being reminded that you're training, if you are being a responsible commissioner, you get it done. So I would like to bring forth a agenda item to discuss that. Thank you.
Can we see if there was concurrence by the council? Okay. Thank you.
If I may add one thing, there's also a third training, non-supervisory harassment prevention training. It's a unfunded state mandated training that the state requires because our commissioners are paid at the $10 a month stipend.
I would suggest when it comes back, maybe look at all the criteria, like after reaching out to them, one or two times. There's a threshold it gets to. All right, Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think given the number of comments from my fellow council members, we should look at bringing this item back to allow the city attorney and the staff to fine tune this item. So I'd like to make that motion to table.
Can we clarify what those changes are so that the attorney knows? I think Mike had some changes as well.
If I could, what I got from Councilman Griffiths was he wanted to delete Article 11 of Chapter 3 of Division 1, which was the Parking Place Committee. He wanted to delete the bullet points under 13.20.020. And then he wanted to, which was the dates of those initial appointments. And then he wanted to look at the potential of an order of appointments with the quasi-judicial, which would be Planning Commission, Civil Service, and Environmental Quality going first. And then look at the potential of consolidating all the commissions as much as possible, although their duties would need to stay, obviously, separated. I don't know if I missed anything there, Councilman Griffiths.
Yeah, before you guys all, let me jump in a little bit before we take the vote.
We also need to let the
Right.
public speak.
Right. I think I understand maybe why it's suggested. You know, I know Councilman Griffith already mentioned what I shared last time with respect to those who think, you know, is there urgency? Based on the concerns I heard, I believe the next appointment for the 2 vacancies for Civil Service Commission is the next council meeting. Am I correct, City Clerk?
Yes, Your Honor.
And
Scheduled for October
right,
11th.
so my intention for the next appointment would be do it the way we've been doing it. I don't want to cause a situation where we have a lot of changes we want, and we want to get all the changes in so that we can have a good thorough review. To rush the system, I'm sharing with you how I plan to do it, but now I'll let Councilwoman Kalani speak.
Thank you. There was just one other thing that we might want to consider discussing, and that is right now, if my understanding is correct, Attorney Sullivan, is that there needs to be a 2-year break of commission appointment. So if someone completes their, if you could explain it, thanks.
So currently, all the commissions have a term limit of 2 full 4-year terms. And so that's obviously 8 years. If you were to be reappointed to that same commission, it's required under our code to have a 2-year lapse. And I believe the reason for the 2-year lapse is to avoid someone trying to get around the 8-year term limit. But the council could choose to shorten that if it wanted to.
But just to be clear, they could serve 8 years on one commission and then go to a different commission immediately.
Correct. The lapse is
Okay.
only for their current commission. If they want to move to a different commission, they're allowed to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Griffiths.
Yeah, I wanted to concur with the city's attorney said as far as the cleanup of this item, in conjunction with what the mayor said as far as a future appointment, that he would follow our traditional method of appointment where all council members would participate as we have in the past. And so I would be fine with asking this item to be cleaned up and brought back at a future time for full approval by the council. And so thank you, Councilman Kaji, for suggesting that. I have no problem whatsoever with that. Was there anything else? Would it be appropriate to put in this cleanup to talk about the item that Commissioner Lewis or Councilmember Lewis brought up about the terminating commissioners for failure? Is that an item that would be appropriate to put in here?
We could add that as well, if the council would like to do that.
I would be perfectly fine with that. I think it's important that our commissioners meet the rules and requirements, and I don't think that's an unreasonable request whatsoever, and I think it would make the city clerk's job a lot easier and just show that if you're going to be a commissioner for our city, we need you to be serious, just like we're serious about appointing you. And I think that's a reasonable thing to include in there. So if you want to include that into the cleaned up item, if that's okay with everybody else, then that would be fine. And
Yeah, I believe we all want to allow staff sufficient time to do the best cut at it so that we're not chopping it up in public here. And I already shared with you how I plan to do the appointment at the
Yeah,
next
appreciate
council
that.
meeting. Councilwoman Lewis.
I just had one follow-up question for the city attorney. I know we have some commissions that need to have appointments in order to get on their way, even though they have a quorum. Has there been any talk or any consideration of having a commissioner that just termed out to come in and fulfill only the remaining term of a commissioner that has left, for whether it be a resignation or otherwise, and then not allowing that same commissioner to run again?
Until you just said that? No. But obviously, that's something the council could look at changing if that's something they wanted to do as like a temporary appointment or like a utility infielder kind of thing.
Mhm, with the caveat that you could not be appointed after that to that same position if you were fulfilling the term of someone else.
Right, so we'd have to build that process in, because obviously the lapse requirement would ban that right now. So you'd have to put in a separate procedure for that. But if the council wants us to look at adding that, we can, if there's concurrence for that sort of process.
I would like to explore that. I don't know about the rest of my council.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm not sure who captured all of this motion, but I hope someone did.
I think I've got it, yeah. We'll be busy, but we'll get it.
But it needs to get the public, right?
Okay, any more comments and questions from the council?
Mayor, if I could make one clarification. I understand the ordinance would be coming back, but will you be approving the application to be changed to go forward? Because that's separate from the ordinance.
I mean, your question is the application that's already out there today.
Would be updated to include the change, the adding the question about the convictions to the public part of the application, and adding the language that they're signing the application under penalty of perjury, and adding the removal clause from the Torrance Municipal Code onto the application. And I believe Councilmember Shake had asked for a request to approve an authorization for a background check if needed, but we wouldn't be doing that, but just having the approval.
I think we should break it into two motions.
We could either break it into two motions, or that when the item comes up, they could be itemized enough so that we can cherry pick which ones we want in or out. I could go either way.
Okay.
And I thought the other question was for the upcoming appointment in October. The deadline, I think we have a couple more days.
Yeah, the
right?
deadline is a couple more days.
I think that application is frozen as is. Just want to make sure that's clear. Houses have discussions so that we want this and not that. And that's, I think the staff might be able to.
We can do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Is that your motion, Councilman Kaji? Oh, not yet. I haven't gone to public yet. So, Councilwoman Lewis.
I just wanted to have one clarifying question and make sure that I'm clear. We're only suggesting background checks for those commissioners that would be working with youth under the age of 18. Is that correct?
I believe what the city clerk was suggesting, that if it's required by law, since they may be working with youth, and I'd have to look into that, but since there is a thing about working with youth, it may be required for the Parks and Rec commissioners if they're having interactions with the youth council. But I believe Councilman Shakes was just asking for authorization to do a background check, but not actually doing it, if I understood his comment correctly.
That is correct.
So just to make sure I'm clear, we would absolutely do those that are required by law, so that would be Youth Commission and Parks and Rec. Anyone else would be?
I think only if requested by council. They would give us authorization, but we'd only do it if council requested us to actually do the background check. Is the way I understood Councilman Shake's comments, but I'm not sure if that's a.
Make it optional, yes.
Thank you.
Councilman Matucci.
All right, thank you, Mayor. I have a concern with that. I understand why. My only concern is that we might be cherry picking one applicant versus another. We either do all of them or we do not, in my opinion, because I think it would just create a situation. Well, I don't really like that person. Let's dig into their past, that kind of situation. So I would suggest if they work with children, we do a background check. Doesn't have to be one of those, $600 background checks, but maybe just a simple one to make sure that they're, not sex offenders, stuff like that. I suggest that we do it for every applicant for that particular commission.
Councilwoman Lewis.
I would agree with Councilman Matucci on that one. And if I understand it correctly, live scan is an option, correct? Yes, and so with live scan, it doesn't get into a full-on background investigation. It's just the requirement that coaches and people who normally work with
What
youth
we
go
do
do
currently
now.
with our staff,
Right.
we could make, if I can clarify, I think Councilman Shake's intent was, should there be a need, once appointed, that we would have a consent on file for a background check per council's request, not part of the appointment process.
That's exactly what my, request is. It's an optional, we have to have some authorization just in case we need it.
Post-appointment.
Post-appointment, yes, post-appointment.
So I'm just clear, it's just live scan, and that's normally what is required of anyone that's working with like sports teams.
Correct. Whatever the
No.
compliance is, whatever the requirements are, will comply for those individuals that work in any capacity around children.
Perfect, thank you.
I just want to make sure I ask a question. It was an option to do a background check post-appointment. I'm just wondering.
It's asking commissioner applicants to give compliance in advance for a future background check, should there be one requested by council after appointment, once they're in office.
I see.
And those commissions where there's any involvement of children will automatically require a background check to the compliance that we have for our staff that works around children.
I guess I was wondering, wouldn't that be better to make that first before we make the appointment and do it afterwards?
We do compliance for those who are working with children, but not necessarily for commissioners across the board. There'll be a cost consideration.
Understand. I think that was the concern here. You have something, more comment, Councilman Shake? I think you're about to punch in. Yes.
Yeah, I think the intent is that to have something on file, just in case we need to have some background investigation run on an applicant, on post-appointment. I mean, it's gonna cost a lot of money. I do not want for every single person to be ran for this item, but just to have, just in case we need to go and have some investigation done, and to make sure that that person is well representing the city, just in case we find something suspicious.
Okay. I think as long as the staff understands, I think, when that item comes up, we can probably determine where it goes. I was just using, if you're going to hire someone to work, sounds like if you have concerns, usually my mind works that you get there, if something triggers something, that you might want to do the check first before you hire them, as opposed to afterwards. Afterwards, as long as you get the consent, I think it works well. But as long as the item allows us to have a discussion, and we'll see which order makes sense. I think Councilman Matucci has clicked in.
Thank you, Mayor. I know we're beating this one to death, but I really do have a concern with leaving that door open for, let's say, the next administration to come in and target one particular person, and specifically for whatever reasons. It could be political or whatever. They were a bad neighbor, and let's dig into their past. I mean, there's got to be some probable cause that would prompt you to get into somebody's past, and I'd hate to see it to where a council that might not be too happy about it, somebody getting appointed, that they start digging into their past unilaterally versus, either we do it across the board or we just do it for one particular commission or two particular commissions. But leaving that window open, I understand why we may want to have something in there, but I just fear that it might be misused in the future if it's in there by, we'll call them enemies of that person.
I think at this point, those items will be brought to the council and we'll deliberate at a future date when the item comes. Does that sound about right? I mean, right now, we're hearing the concerns.
I can include it if that's the council's direction, and you can either strike it, or if there's not concurrence for that, I won't include it. It's however the council wants to proceed.
Okay. Councilwoman Kalani has clicked in.
Thank you, Mayor. I just think the two need to be two separate conversations. The conversation about the wording of the code and the conversation of the wording on the application. So I think we could move forward right now and adding to the public portion of the application, the question about past criminal history, if any. The other one was, remind me, I'm forgetting.
Signing under penalty of perjury.
Signing of penalty. I think that could be done potentially now, moving forward, and we can discuss the other things later.
Councilman Griffiths.
Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry to chime in and keep going on this, but irregardless of whether we include the background check or not, anytime there's a majority of 4 of us who want to get rid of a commissioner for any reason, we can do that, whether or not we do a background check or not. So that option's always available to us with or without a background check. So just throw that out there.
All right. Any more comments and questions from the council? You will have another chance. I'm just going to go to the public for now. We'll go to the public, and I see Pork Chop.
Hello, everyone. It's not what you did not do. In my opinion, if there is question about have you been ever convicted of a misdemeanor, then it should be then, tear the paper up, don't even bother to apply. Because, citizens are usually not convicted criminals, and they deserve that. People who deciding about their future, their living, their rules, that should not be a convicted misdemeanor, like a DUI, So we have a DUI commissioner. She did not deny it, but she denied somebody's livelihood opening up a gun store. Because, drunk drivers don't kill people. Their car kill people,
Thank you. Do we have anyone else from the public? All right, we'll bring this back up to the council then. How do you wish to proceed? I have comment from Councilman Sheikh.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just want to say I agree with Councilman Matucci that can be misused, but the intent is just to make sure that we don't have anybody who has questionable background. And I agree with the Councilman Griffith as well. We don't need 4 people can go and terminate that. This is just a precaution, just if there is a suspicious for anybody. So it can't be nothing, but it needs to have some kind of authorization before we go forward. Thank you.
I don't see anybody clicking in. It looks like Councilman Kaji's got his finger on the button.
I'd like to call the question, please, and take action on the motion on the floor to table.
I'll second that.
Start voting, please.
Clarification.
Go ahead, Councilman Griffiths.
Does this table it and not come back, or to table it and make the recommendations and bring it back?
That's correct.
Because tabling normally in my mind means it's off the agenda.
Table this item for tonight, but to bring it back to the council.
Thank you for the clarification.
Would you like to tell me your vote?
Table it and bring it back, yes.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We're now moving on to oral communications number 1. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comments on items under the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. Under the Ralph M. Brown Act, City Council cannot act on items raised during public comment, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed, request clarification, or refer the item to staff. Speakers under orals are limited to either oral communications number 1 or oral communications number 2, and no longer than 1 minute per speaker. Speakers, please turn off or leave your cellular phone when you come to the podium to speak. If presenting handout, please provide 10 copies to City Clerk before speaking. City Clerk, do we have any?
Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor, we do. Eula?
I'm one of the Skyline residents that contacted you for rent stabilization ordinance in January. You, Mr. Griffith, said the council would not enact an RSO for one park, and that the other mobile home parks were happy, even with some of their exorbitant rents. We initiated an outreach to the other parks and found many were afraid to come forth for fear of retaliation from their owners. At the September 13th council meeting, you had residents speak on behalf of 4 other parks: Skylark, Royal Western, Knowles Lodge, and Knowles Manor. They beseeched you to help their residents. When you bypassed an RSO drafted to cover all Torrance mobile home parks, by your vote, you told these residents of these parks that their well-being and quality of life is of no concern to you. You only talked about Saunders' proposal to Skyline. I'm sure this had nothing to do with the fact that many of you have real estate investments, especially Mr. Matucci, who is most vocally opposed to any compromise. As a friend of mine said, you should have Save Saunders tattooed on your foreheads. And the rest of you went along with them, even though some of these parks are in your districts and are in your constituents. All I can say is shame on you all.
Bravo.
Deb Osborne?
I am disappointed and angered by the decision to not enact an RSO at this time. I feel that the fear of litigation, as well as a sense that this decision is a compromise which looks politically correct to the greater community and the media, is behind your decision. You should be aware that we'll be monitoring Saunders' actions closely and reporting his compliance on his proposal, as well as park management and communication issues. I would like to remind you that Councilmember Griffiths indicated at the last City Council meeting that an RSO could still be enacted if Saunders fails in his proposal obligations. We are not going away, and we are watching him.
Robert Thompson?
I would like to thank Torrance Council for your election and for your appointments. I would also like to thank Torrance Police Department, City Attorney, and the City Manager, even though the City Manager wasn't a City Manager there, and the Chief. 11 years ago, 2 months, I sued the City of Torrance and the Police Department over a violation of my 2nd and 14th Amendment right. We settled. Then you brought in Eva Irvine. She played her little game. Then you brought in Chief Hart. He's playing his game. 11 years ago, we did this. The Supreme Court ruled in June that Torrance did violate my rights. Now it's law. Here I am again with my wife filing for her concealed weapons permit to the City of Torrance Police Department almost 4 months ago. They have all her background. Everything's been done. The detective said now, oh, you might have to wait until October. Once again, we're playing games with the City of Torrance and the Police Department. And their own policy states they're violating their own policy. Please fix this.
James Henry?
Pulling consent item 8E, City Treasurer, accept and file investment report. I have a question for City Treasurer Tim Goodrich. If my memory serves me correct, Tim Goodrich, as a City Council member, once filed a motion to have the City Treasurer position changed and become a public servant with minimum pay. Along with Tim Goodrich voting yes on this motion was then Council Member George Chen and Mayor Pat Fury. Now that you are the newly elected City Treasurer making $65,000 a year with a car allowance and eligible for CalPERS retirement benefits, Does the city treasurer, Tim Goodrich, still feel this way? Thank-
Pork chop.
Hello, I'm very happy so many people showing up lately and then they leaving as soon as possible, but here we are who stay and care about the things in Torrance. And I was celebrating Pat Furry's departure from our city's leadership because he was a terrible person, violated people's rights and violated government codes and everything. And by the way, he did a background check on pork chop. He did one, maybe not directly, but Timmy could say things about it. But anyway, so what I was going to say is, this is in my eye, this is still Pat Furry. This is Pat Furry. This is not democracy. And who was that lady creating the homeless in LA? Janice Hahn. She was speaking to you from there as a private citizen.
Danielle Johnson.
Greetings, Mayor Chen and City Council members. I am here to welcome you to the opening reception for Uncivil War, an election special, and 92 events on Saturday, October 1st from 6 to 9 p.m. at the Torrance Art Museum. The shows will run through Saturday, November 12th. In the main gallery, Uncivil War, an election special curated by TAM's Max Presnell, addresses the intense political polarization in the United States and the angst over the upcoming midterm elections. Ken Freeman's 92 events in Gallery 2 furthers ideas put forth by Fluxus artist George Machunas. Visitors can take an event score with them at 5 p.m. on November 12th, the closing day. For more info about the museum shows, visit torranceartmuseum.com. To support the museum, go to the website tamadvocates.com and become a member. Also visit TAMA's website to check out the upgraded membership benefits. Remember, members are treated to a complimentary beverage at
Carol Gillis.
Good evening. You know, we have this wonderful theater. It's downtown Torrance. It's called the Torrance Theater Company at 1360 Cabrillo. And we are starting our 2022-2023 season. And for those of you on the City Council, come to at least one play. Come and see what we're doing for the City of Torrance to entertain you. Tickets are minimal. Rather than going up to the Pantages, they're local. Come on down. We're starting this Friday, October 1st through the 22nd. It's called Paragon Springs. And it's a little story that takes place back in the 20s. Little political, but let's go and let's see what it has to do with. We have the best actors and we have the best stage handlers, and our set design is awesome. So do, each one of you on the City Council, come on out and see us. Thank you.
Your Honor, no one else signed up prior to the meeting. I did have one card that didn't check any boxes, so I was unsure what item she wanted to speak on.
Well, we have one here. Go ahead.
Good evening. I'd like to request that the mayor and council approve moving agenda item 10A to earlier in tonight's meeting. The reason is that there's a number of people here for that hearing, and some folks have medical issues and would appreciate being able to finish earlier. I don't know if you want to look for a hand count, but there are a lot of people here for that hearing. Thank you.
At this point, we're on oral, so I'm going to let the folks earn their minutes first.
Okay.
We got 5 more minutes. Not sure that orals is the time to move agenda items. Next.
Yes, I'm part of the mobile home group. We were here on the 13th. We were hopeful that the council had some interest in trying to enact an RSO. We're not asking for rent control for all of Torrance. We're asking for an RSO for Torrance mobile home park owners who are low income and seniors. And you just brushed us off. But to add insult to injury, one of the council members, Mr. Matucci, said, well, you know, you only paid $30,000 for your home and you're going to sell it for $300,000. That's ridiculous. Number two, you said, well, if you don't like it, you can just move your home. Do you know how much money that would cost? How impossible that would be? You need to have respect for us. We are your constituents. We voted for you. If you're going to be a city councilor, then you should be concerned about your constituents.
Thank you. Next.
It's been 3.5 years since Torrance Police murdered Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. The people who murdered him have still not been held personally accountable in any way. They need to be fired. They do not need to be wandering around the city armed and waiting to shoot someone else. Brian Kawamoto, Anthony Chavez, Matthew Concannon, they need to be fired. They need to be prosecuted. And you need to set up a civilian oversight commission with not appointed by you, but it needs to be an elected commission by the city so that there is a place to go to hold the police accountable. They are not accountable in this city. You need to do a better job of protecting your citizens. And you need to stand up for the people in the mobile home park. It's ridiculous. I echo the previous comments. It is time for this council to establish an independent civilian oversight commission for the Torrance Police Department and for all officers involved in the racist, queerphobic, anti-Semitic texting scandal to be fired, all 30 of them, including Brian Kawamoto, Anthony Chavez, and Matthew Concannon, who should also be fired for the murder of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. This police department is spiritually bereft. I don't give a damn how many chaplains you have. Until you do right by this city, you cannot claim any moral righteousness whatsoever. You just last week had an individual show up and speak to how this police department had brutalized him. That is a direct result of your inactions here. It is time to actually show up for your constituents and create a city that's truly just for them.
I agree with all the two previous speakers. There are activists that live here in Torrance that are scared to come to City Hall, and they fear for their safety. And tonight I am standing for justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, and in solidarity with his mama, Sister Sherilyn, who often gets cut off while she is speaking. I noticed the first speaker who spoke about the mobile homes, when the time was out, you did not stop her from speaking or cut the mic, which I thought was really great. And I also stand with the folks in the mobile homes who are looking for some help here. And please start a commission to check, to hold accountability for your officers.
Do we have anyone else in the public? If not, we will end oral communication number 1. I want to ask staff a question before our consideration of moving agenda item 10 alpha up, is that since it was agendized later in the meeting, are all the parties available now should we decide to move this up? I just want to make sure there's representation if we move the agenda up.
I believe the appellant, which is the applicant, is here. Yes, and then we do have some speakers that are opposing the project.
Okay, so we have all the people that need to be here for the public
We just need a
hearing.
few moments to allow the planning manager to get down here.
Let's take a 10-minute recess, and we're in the 90-minute mark, so we'll allow that to happen, and we'll bring agenda item 10A up if there's no
Your
objection.
Honor, Before we break, could we consider the consent calendar if there's any items that you may want to push in case we want to
Absolutely,
release some of our
absolutely.
staff?
Sure.
Thank you.
Sure. Let's do that. Thanks for the reminder. Let's go to, we're moving on to the consent calendar. Any council member wish to pull any items under the consent calendar? Councilman Griffiths.
Yes, 8B, please.
Okay, 8 Baker.
Baker.
Any other item? If not, I'll take a motion to approve all items on the consent calendar with exception of 8 Baker.
So moved.
Second.
Start voting, please. Can't vote again. Would you like to provide me your vote verbally? Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Okay, consent calendar, item 8 Baker. Councilman, is there a staff report? Councilman Griffith, you want to initiate?
Yeah, just real quick, it's not a question, it's just a comment on item 8B. This is additional money for the consultant for the work on the housing element update. I just wanted to make a continuing comment that I try to point out where the state is forcing us to spend money, and I consider this an unfunded state mandate for us to spend this additional money from our general fund to meet the requirements of the state, which a lot of us feel are unreasonable and just increases the cost of us as a city doing business. And I just wanted to point that out. Otherwise, I'm in full support of the item.
Thank you. Any other comments from the council? If not, I'll wait for a motion. The public already made comments during oral communications 1.
Second.
Start voting, please. Sorry. I texted Kevin for you. How would
Yes.
you like to vote?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
It's 8:21. We'll take a 15-minute recess, and we'll come back and we'll go to item 10A as an alpha.
6.
It's 8:46. We pulled item 10A alpha. Now is the time and the place for the public hearing on agenda item 10A. A recommendation of the Planning Commission that City Council deny the appeal and deny without prejudice a precise plan of development to allow the construction of a new two-story single-family residence on property located within the Hillside Overlay District in the R1 zone at 139 Via Alameda. And a recommendation of the Community Development Director that the City Council uphold the appeal and approve a precise plan of development to allow the construction of a new two-story single-family residence on the property located within the Hillside Overlay District in the R1 zone at 139 Via Alameda. The public hearing will be conducted as follows. So hang in there with me. I'll try to be as clear as possible. Staff will begin with a presentation and respond to any questions that the council have. Then the appellant will have 15 minutes in totality to speak and make a presentation and respond to any questions that the council may have. After that 15 minutes, then the opponents will have 15 minutes in totality. I believe there may be a group, so that would be 15 minutes, whether it's one person, two person, that would be the opponents. And after the appellant and the opponents, then I will go to the public. This is those who are not appellant or not the opponent, and they will only have 2 minutes to speak. At the conclusion of the public comment period, the appellant will have a final 5-minute period of rebuttal. And then the speakers will be ready. Speakers that have already spoken are not allowed to speak again during the public period, which is oral communication. All right. Hopefully that was clear. If not, we'll do it again. Has the matter been properly advertised, City Clerk?
Yes, Your Honor, it has.
Is there a staff presentation?
Mayor Chen.
Oh, my bad. Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor Chen. I'm going to recuse myself from this item because this item came to the Planning Commission when I was in the commission. Thank you.
All right. Let it be noted, Councilman Sheikh has recused himself. We will call you when we're done. I think we will remember. I will. Oh. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you. I just want to disclose that I went out and spent some time around the property and the surrounding streets, and I will be making my decision based on the information being presented tonight.
Thank you. Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to disclose that I have met with the appellant and that I'm very familiar with the property in question. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Griffiths.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to disclose that I did visit the property, but spoke to no one. I walked around the property and also several of the neighboring properties to view for myself the issues, and I'll make my decisions based on the facts I hear tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I've also visited the site. I have not spoken to anyone, and I'll be making my decisions based on the evidence tonight.
Thank you, and I will make my disclosure. I actually drove by the property last night, shortly after, right about sunset and after, and then I went in this morning again to the property, went up and down the street and down the other side, I think via Soledad or something like that, and looked at all angles, and I talked to no one, so I will be making my decision based on the information and the data provided today. Anyone else from the council for disclosures, or before staff, go ahead and give your presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm Oscar Martinez with the Community Development Department. Tonight, we have a presentation on the agenda item to consider an appeal of the Planning Commission's denial of a precise plan of development to allow the construction of a new two-story single-family residence on property located within the Hillside Overlay District in the R1 zone at 139 Via Alameda. Slide, please. This presentation will provide a brief overview of the project that includes location and zoning, site plan and elevation, site photos, and will conclude with a recommendation to the City Council. Slide, please. This slide shows the location of and zoning of the project. The project site is highlighted at the center in green color, is situated on an irregular shaped lot measuring 6,667 square feet in area, which meets the minimum lot area and minimum dimensions required by the R1 zone. The project site is oriented towards the southeast on the northwest side of the Alameda, which bends as it slopes northeast to southwest, with nearby 1- and 2-story residences situated above and below the project site. All properties shown on this slide consist of single-family residences located in the R1 zone, single-family residential district. Properties highlighted in light blue color are located within the Hillside Overlay District and subject to additional development standards for new construction, whereas properties highlighted in light yellow color are not located within the Hillside Overlay District and therefore not subject to those same development standards. Slide, please. This slide shows the location of the proposed residence consists of 2 floor levels with an L-shaped configuration. The residence is positioned at the center of the project site and provides a 20-foot front yard setback to the front property line, a 6-foot, 7.5-inch side yard setback to the northerly side property line, a 6-foot, 8.5-inch side yard setback to the southerly side yard property line, and a 20-foot rear yard setback to the rear property line, all which meet or exceed the minimum setback requirements of the R1 zone. The total land area covered by the residence measures 2,131 square feet within the allowable 40% lot coverage limit of the R1 zone. And the total usable open space for the front and rear yard areas measured 3,615 square feet, which exceeds the 33% minimum open space requirement of the R1 zone. The residence measures 3,654 square feet in area, resulting in a 0.55 FAR within the allowable 0.6 FAR of the R1 zone. Slide, please. This slide shows the front elevation of the residence as viewed from Via Alameda. The proposed residence measures 23.39 feet in height from the topmost ridge line down to the finished grade at the driveway, within the allowable 27-foot height limit for a 2-story residence in the R1 zone. The building pad for the residence will be lowered by approximately 1.84 feet to match the grade level of the adjacent residence to the northeast at 145 Via Alameda, so as to maintain a lower overall building height. The architecture demonstrates appeal through modulation of building masses, elevations, and roof lines that promote visual interest. Exterior finishes are consistent with new residential construction in the vicinity, such as a combination of wood siding, brick veneer, stucco finish, and a standing seam metal roof. Additional features and design enhancements include a rear balcony and patio areas in the rear yard. Slide, please. This slide shows the rear elevation of the residence. The rear balcony measures 336 square feet and is positioned within the personalized space created by the L-shaped layout. The balcony features a solid guardrail toward the rear and is enclosed on 2 sides by the second floor. Slide, please. This slide shows the north elevation of the residence as viewed from 145 Via Alameda. Since the Planning Commission meeting, the applicant has submitted a revised set of architectural plans. The most notable revisions are bubbled on the slide and show the placement of the windows and obscure glass. The new window placement features high sill heights and obscure glass so as to cause the least intrusion on privacy to the adjacent residence. Slide, please. This slide shows the south elevation of the residence as viewed from 133 Via Alameda. Staff notes the property owner at 133 Via Alameda have submitted a letter in support for the project of approval. Slide, please. This slide shows the location of the 3 neighboring properties along Via Alameda and Via La Soledad, highlighted in light blue color, which have expressed concerns about the proposed residence, highlighted in green color. During the most recent field assessment completed on August 25, 2022, staff attempted to contact the adjacent property owners with the purpose of conducting outreach, sharing their revised plans, and for consideration of any potential substantial adverse impacts to the proposed residence may have on view, light, air, and privacy. Staff met with the property owners at 400 Villa Soledad and made observations from the sidewalk at 145 Villa Alameda and 404 Villa Soledad. Observations were not made from the properties located within the hillside overlay district along Villa Anita, nor elsewhere on Villa Soledad or Villa Alameda, due to their distance away from the project site and, in the judgment of staff, the unlikelihood to have a substantial adverse impact to view, light, air, or privacy. In addition, observations were not made from properties located outside of the hillside overlay district on the southeast side of Villa Alameda, across from the project site. As previously mentioned, the adjacent property owners to the south at 133 Villa Alameda have submitted a letter of support for the project approval. Slide, please. This slide shows the general direction and location of photographs taken by staff during the most recent field assessment. Photographs were taken from Villa Alameda, Villa Anita, and Villa Soledad. Photographs were also taken from the residents at 400 Villa Soledad. These pictures show the silhouette which represents the proposed residence. Slide, please. This photograph was taken from Villa Alameda looking northeast. Slide, please. This photograph was taken from Villa Alameda looking southwest. Slide, please. This photograph was taken from Villa Alameda looking northwest at the silhouette. Slide, please. This photograph was taken from Villa Alameda looking north at the silhouette. Slide, please. And this photograph was taken from Villa Alameda looking west at the silhouette. Slide, please. This photograph was taken from the residents at 400 Villa Soledad. The property owners at 400 Villa Soledad stated their primary concern is a bathroom window on the second floor of the proposed residence that would impact privacy in the kitchen, dining area, and in the rear yard. While standing in the kitchen and dining area, staff did not observe the silhouette. Slide, please. This photograph was also taken from the residents at 400 Villa Soledad while seated at the dining table. When looking upward towards the southeast, staff observed an incomplete view of the silhouette that was significantly obstructed by mature trees. The portion of the silhouette that was observed represents the topmost ridgeline of the roof. Slide, please. This photograph was taken from the rear yard at 400 Villa Soledad while standing near the kitchen and dining room windows. When looking upward toward the southeast, staff observed an incomplete view of the silhouette. The portion of the silhouette that was observed represents the topmost ridgeline of the roof. In the judgment of staff, the bathroom window on the second floor would not result in a substantial adverse impact to privacy, as the bathroom window is positioned at a higher elevation due to the slope and grade differentials between each property, therefore limiting the potential to have direct line of sight into the kitchen, dining area, and rear yard. In addition, the bathroom window would not result in a substantial adverse impact to privacy due to significant obstruction by mature trees planted in the form of a privacy hedge, which exhibits an existing condition. Therefore, it does not result in any new substantial adverse impacts to privacy. Staff notes that prior to the Planning Commission meeting, the property owners at 400 Villa Soledad had also expressed concern regarding the potential impacts to sunlight. In the judgment of staff, the proposed residence would not result in a substantial adverse impact to sunlight, such as obstructing direct sunlight received during sunrise and sunset or casting prolonged shadows due to its position to the southeast and distance away from the residence at 400 Villa Soledad. Slide, please. This photograph was taken from the street at 404 Villa Soledad. Prior to the Planning Commission meeting, the property owners at 404 Villa Soledad had expressed concern regarding potential impacts to privacy, sunlight, view, and massing of the proposed residence. In the judgment of staff, based on the observations made from the sidewalk along Villa Soledad, the proposed residence would not result in a substantial adverse impact to privacy, sunlight, and view due to its position to the east and distance away from the residence at 404 Villa Soledad. The proposed residence is positioned at the center of the project site and features an L-shaped configuration that creates space in the rear yard between the two residences, and that positions the building mass away from the residence at 404 Villa Soledad. In addition, the proposed balcony is positioned within a personalized space created by the L-shaped layout. The balcony features a solid guardrail and is enclosed on two sides by the second floor, so as to cause the least intrusion on privacy of the adjacent residences. The balcony is also located 57 feet 5 inches away from the residence at 404 Villa Soledad, thus offering broad separation between the two residences. Slide, please. This photograph was taken at the intersection of Villa Alameda and Villa Anita, facing south towards 145 Villa Alameda. Prior to the Planning Commission meeting, the property owners at 145 Villa Alameda had submitted their correspondence, which expressed concern regarding potential impacts to view, sunlight, air, and privacy. In the judgment of staff, based on observations made from Villa Alameda and Villa Anita, the proposed residence would not result in a substantial adverse impact to view due to its position to the southwest and distance away from the residence at 145 Villa Alameda, thus not obstructing any scenic views of the ocean, mountains, or city lights. The proposed residence would also not result in a substantial adverse impact to sunlight, such as obstructing direct sunlight received during sunrise and sunset or casting prolonged shadows, due to its position to the southwest and distance away from the residence at 145 Villa Alameda. Additionally, the building pad of the proposed residence will be lowered approximately 1.84 feet to match the grade level of the residence at 145 Villa Alameda, therefore limiting the potential to have a substantial adverse impact to sunlight. The proposed residence would also not result in a substantial adverse impact to air, such as airflow and wind, due to its position to the southwest and distance away from the residence at 145 Villa Alameda, thus not obstructing airflow and prevailing winds from the west and northwest. The proposed residence would also not result in a substantial adverse impact to privacy, due to a revised window placement that features high sill heights and obscure glass along the north elevation, so as to cause the least intrusion on the privacy of the adjacent residences. In addition, the proposed residence features an L-shaped configuration that creates a personalized space in the rear yard. The rear balcony is enclosed on two sides by the L-shaped layout and therefore not visible from the adjacent residence at 145 Villa Alameda. Slide, please. In closing remarks, the recommendation of the Planning Commission is that the City Council deny the appeal and adopt the resolution denying without prejudice the project. And the recommendation of the Community Development Director is that the City Council uphold the appeal and adopt a resolution approving the project. Slide, please. And with that said, thank you, Honorable Mayor and City Council, for your time, and that concludes staff presentation and is available for any questions.
Does any member of the council have any questions before the appellant comes up? I don't see any at the moment, so let me make sure I get this correct. There's the appellant available to speak. You will have 15 minutes from any member of your group in totality. I think you could just speak right at that microphone. You could adjust it if you want.
Apologies, I have a 2-week-old at home, so I'm a little extra careful in the masking here. Good evening, council members. My name is Spencer Calick with Alan Mackins, and I'm here on behalf of Wong Kim and his wife to discuss the Kim's home that you've just heard about. Before I begin, I'd like to introduce Mr. Kim and Mrs. Kim, who are both here, and let you know that they've been residents of Torrance and have for over 30 years and are here today to ask for approval to build their home. At the end of this presentation, you'll hear a bit from Mr. Kim as well. Next slide, please. So we're here today to determine whether the Kims candidly get to build their dream home. This is a well-designed, code-compliant home that fits in with the eclectic character of the Hollywood Riviera neighborhood. To that end, we respectfully request the City Council grant the Kims' appeal. As the record reflects, and as staff has just stated, the Kims' home meets the findings for a precise plan of approval. The Kims' proposed home is code compliant, and the Planning Commission's prior reasoning to deny the Kims' home is not supported by evidence, as we'll speak about in a minute, and instead improperly considers subjects like hardship and feasibility, items that are not normally considered for the approval of a precise plan. Next slide, please. The plan for 139 Via Alameda is to tear down an old, dilapidated ranch home and replace it with a new home. And our architect, Esther Kim, who's here, will speak about that in a minute. But I want to be clear, this is a total demolition of an existing dilapidated house. There's been some confusion about that. We are tearing down the existing house. It's not a renovation. It is a thoughtful design which considers neighborhood characteristics, including site orientation, height, scale, volume, shade, and materials. And the end product is a home with significant open space, a similar footprint to what's there now, and is within all code allowances. Next slide, please. So there are 6 findings that this city council has to make to support this project and support our appeal that we've made here. And I'm going to briefly go through every single one of them. Unfortunately, the Planning Commission, in their rush to, frankly, disapprove this project, only made limited findings that were kind of put together at the last minute. But I want to go through each one of them because at the end of the day, you as decision makers are going to be, hopefully, agreeing with staff's determination for approval, and I want to go through each one of these findings. So the first is finding A, that the home does not substantially adversely impact views, light, air, or privacy of other properties. And as you see here, and as noted in the staff report and the staff presentation, staff has concluded that after additional investigation, the Kim's home, quote, would not have substantial adverse impact on the view, light, air, and privacy of other properties within the vicinity. That's on the page 6 of the staff report. Additionally, the home's design is well within the development standards of FAR, height, loft coverage, as you'll see here in this chart on the screen. Next slide, please. Finding B looks at home design. Home must be located, planned, designed so as to cause the least intrusion of views, light, air, privacy of other properties in the vicinity. Again, as staff noted in their staff report, city staff has found no evidence of substantial adverse impacts to views, light, air, or privacy. The home includes significant open space, greater setbacks, especially on the north side, meaning airflow is not negatively impacted. Next slide, please. Privacy was also considered, and as you can see in this slide, we conducted a cone of view analysis to understand privacy. While you might hear something different from folks who will speak after me, we really did take into consideration our neighbors and did extra and above and beyond to make sure that we understood and that before you all could understand this evening that we would not be impacting any privacy. And again, the staff report agrees with this. Staff visited concerned residents and found no substantial privacy issues. Regardless, following the last hearing, our team listened to our neighbors, listened to staff, listened to planning commissioners, and went back and made some changes to our plans to further ensure the privacy of our neighbors. And those are reflected in the plans that are before you this evening. Next slide, please. The next slide looks at the harmony with the surrounding properties in the vicinity. And if you were to walk down Via Alameda, which it sounds like many of you all did, Via La Soledad, Via Anita, or any other street in the Kim's neighborhood, you can find an eclectic mix of styles, sizes, and materials. And this project is in keeping with the surrounding neighborhood. Multiple homes on the same block are 2-story homes, and the home's metal seam roof connects with other metal seam roofs in the home's vicinity, including 421 Via La Soledad. Next slide, please. The remaining findings for a precise plan are also met. Consider for a second what's there now, a blighted structure that, frankly, the Kims want to take down and build a beautiful new home that is in keeping with the community. Finding D looks at whether the design will have a harmful impact on land values in the vicinity. Well, the Kim's home that's been planned is clearly an upgrade over existing conditions. Rather than an unfinished problem home, the neighborhood would benefit from a new, beautiful home. Finding E looks to whether the project would have a detrimental impact to the public welfare. Again, this project is a net benefit to the community as it turns a dilapidated site into a thoughtfully designed home. And finally, finding F also is met because a staff report notes and makes clear there are no substantial individual impacts. And if there are no individual adverse impacts, the project cannot lead to cumulative impacts. Next slide, please. So the Kim's home clearly meets the required findings. To justify denying the project, quite candidly, the Planning Commission ignored these findings that they were required to make. They applied findings that were from different code sections that did not apply to demolition and construction of a new house. Here, the existing house is being demolished, as we discussed. By essentially requiring the Kims to justify a second story and show a hardship at the Planning Commission essentially imposed a lower height and FAR limit on the property than is permitted per the home's zoning. And again, I know I sound like I'm repeating myself. I am on purpose. This is a code-compliant project. Next slide, please. So in sum, if we look to the findings that direct whether a precise plan for this home should be approved or not, the findings can all be made. These are findings that were not made by the Planning Commission. The evidence of the record is clear. Now, I want to turn things over to our architect, Esther Kim, who can walk you through some more specifics of the plan.
Hello, my name is Esther Kim. I'm actually not related to the owner, but we have the same last name. Thank you for this opportunity to present this project to you this evening. You could turn on the first slide. I'd like to start by talking about the existing property briefly. There's some photos of the existing condition from the rear yard, which councilman and mayor may not have been able to see from the front yard. You have to actually access the rear fence to get to this place. Built in 1954, this house is almost 70 years old. What you're seeing in this first image is the illegal addition built by the son of the previous owner. The addition was never completed and has remained in this half-ruined state for over 20 years. We have documentation for that. There's no insulation on any of the existing walls, so there's no thermal barrier. The whole house is not really salvageable unless just the remediation is too much to do. In my conversations with neighbors on the block, I've heard repeatedly them describe this house as an eyesore, derelict, hazardous, etc. And not only was the house not upkept, but the landscaping was also not upkept. There was no grass, and or there was very tall grass. Mr. Kim, my client's goal is to build a new house that would improve the street. Furthermore, he wants this project to improve the entire community, and we believe that it will benefit not just this street, but the entire hillside and this portion of the R1 district. Next slide. This is a map of the area, zoning, to help orient you. The property is shown in orange, and the property is located in a very unique position in the hillside zone. Next slide. The lot is on the outer edge of the hillside boundary. It is also hillside zoning boundary. It is also at the topmost part of the hill. In this location, it is not possible to impact the scenic views, the ocean to the west and the mountains to the north, from any side or lot in the hillside. And given the prevailing wind patterns, airflow is not impacted to hillside neighbors. Next slide. Across the street, these are photos of the R1 standard zoning houses. Please note the eclectic styles that was noted by Mr. Kalnick. There's no one single style of house. There's postmodern Mediterranean. There's eclectic mixed modern houses with stucco. Next slide. We have a third-story observatory directly across the street from us with a giant overhang, so that's almost a third story. And down the corner, you've already seen this house, a modern house, which is not in the hillside, but which is in the vicinity. Next slide. So this is a street view from Google Maps. You could see across the street, the 139 via Alameda is outlined in orange to the bottom left. And the houses across the street, you could see the bulk and volume that they possess. Pretty much 2 stories is the rule and not the exception on this block. So it's an unusual block even for the hillside, again, because it's a boundary zone. Next slide. Furthermore, on our very block, all in the hillside, there are 3 two-story houses, and they're of varying styles. Mediterranean Spanish, sort of cottage with the awnings on that corner house, and a two-story house right behind us, which is kind of like a mixed transitional style. Next slide. These are some images from around the vicinity of modern standing seam, shed roof houses, stucco houses, some houses which also have a shed style facing the front yard. Next slide. Another two-story house, standing seam roof, shed roofs. Next slide. Shed roof on an angle facing the street on axis with modern standing seam metal shed roofs. Next slide. So I just want to quickly show you the history of the project. We initially had a flat roof project, and after we put up our initial flagpoles, we thought within the architectural team, perhaps a flat roof is not the right direction to meet the context of the street. So we dropped, next slide, we dropped the entire house. We recessed it below grade. We chamfered all the flat roofs so that they became shed roofs, turning away from the most sensitive sides, both from bulk and volume and also light, which is the north facade as well as the front facade to diminish the appearance of height. We also push back the garage volume so that there's really no facade that's more than 20 feet wide, whether vertically or horizontally. Next slide. This is just a roof plan and then a roof plan with a diagram on the first floor. It's to show that both the internal and external design of the building is very simple, elegant in that the internal floor configuration matches what is shown on the outside beneath the two shed roofs. The shed roofs are easy to build because they are all the exact same geometry, so the carpenter only has to cut one time the roof rafters. Also, you could see that the plan is very compact, and that leads to sort of airiness around the house. There's also, next slide. This is an elevation you've already seen facing south. All the tall parts of the shed roofs are facing to the interior so that the lower eave height is facing the more public areas to reduce bulk. Next slide. This is the front facade, which you've seen already. The facade in the front will be some kind of brick, whereas some of the more interior facades will be made out of Santa Barbara stucco, which is a very beautiful high-grade stucco. Next slide. This is the elevation where we tried to respond to some of our north neighbors' comments. I just want you to note that orange dotted line, which is running vertically, that's the location of our neighbor's house where they start having windows. In front of that line, toward the front of the house, is a blank windowless garage volume. Next slide. This is a picture between the houses and
Sorry to tell you that your time is up. Your time is up. We're gonna have to let the opponents.
We can't have people talking from the audience.
Yeah.
So if you could just wait till your time to speak.
Can Mr. Kim just say, like, introduce himself? Because I didn't realize the time was running out.
Well, you will have 5 minutes after the opponents
Okay.
to come back one more time. So I think that might be better.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah. I just want to make sure that we stay with the requirements. Now, let me make sure. Now we have 15 minutes for the opponents. Would you please, we'll start the clock when the first person steps up to the mic. And this will be, that will be the group. This is not the public comments. This is the opponents. I just want to make sure it's clear.
Hi, I'm Joe Buck. I appreciate you're clarifying how the time's divided up. That was much appreciated. When I came in, I looked at the stuff available, and supplemental for 10A, I found one copy. Supplemental 10A has what I consider to be very important information criticizing the legal basis for these people's request in the appeal. Very important information about problems, what the effect of any approval of this construction would have on the hillside. Basically, I think it would destroy it because there's nothing peculiar or special about the property at 139 Alameda that would merit any special privileges granted to it. May I ask if all the members of the council have copies of the supplemental number 1? Now, I think the supplemental has something like 70 pages in it. I find it difficult, 73 pages, that you've had any sort of chance to read through and consider the material in there. If I could ask you sometime, and I really don't think it's enough time here to consider these things carefully, but if you're giving serious consideration to the possibility of approving this project rather than sending it back to the Planning Commission, who's familiar with this stuff particularly, I would ask you to somehow be able to take the time to look in supplemental number 1 at pages, pages 24 through 33, which contains a public comment criticizing the legal grounds cited in the appeal. And I think under examination, they don't stand up. There are a number of reasons for that. One is, let's see if we can get him here. The appellant recognizes only the Torrance Municipal Code sections 91, 41, 5, 6, and 10 in their discussion and presentations. And unfortunately, that also appears the same thing on page 131 of the staff report, a reference to the same sections, which really are talking about the R1 district requirements and how they must be given some weight, and makes no mention about the overlay of the requirements of the TMC for the overlay district, which is what we're talking here, not the overlay district, the overlay zone. Those, and the particular provision for that, if you look at 9141.2, I believe it is, that explains that, yes, you've got R1 in effect, R1 requirements, but anything that's in the hillside overlay that is more restrictive supersedes just simply R1 requirements and imposes those on the hillside, any construction there. These are fairly complicated legal arguments, but I really ask you to somehow take the time and the opportunity one way or another to carefully examine those, because I really sincerely don't believe that the appellant's arguments in the appeal letter, where they cited their grounds for the appeal, one of the basic ones was that they were supposedly complying with all these things and made no mention of 9141.2, which overlays the requirements of the hillside overlay zone, which is what the basis for the whole thing for the hillside overlay is. A second item that I ask somehow that you find some time and access to look at, and that's, let's see if we can find it here. Yes. Pages, It's, I will guess, if the other one was 24 to 33, I think this one was just after that. Anyway, it's 10 pages talking about the effect if you approve this house, because there's nothing special about that property, and if you do, it dooms the rest of the hillside. done, because there's no special distinction that house at 139, or that lot has, I should say, not the house, the lot, has to claim special treatment and an exception from the general requirements of the hillside overlay zone. The proponents of the construction have said, well, the house is there, is in bad shape, doesn't meet code, and so on. I don't think anyone objects to their replacing that house with a new house that's shiny and bright and so on, and has all sorts of nice roofs and so on, but what they do object to is the size of the house that they're proposing and the bases, the legal bases and the TMC bases they are presenting to try and justify that. And as I say, I think that it's complicated enough and complex enough that it requires some careful review by you to appreciate it to the extent that I feel it should be given. If I may, oh yes. Applicant said, oh, there's other houses around here, 2 stories, maybe even 2.5 or 3. All of those houses, nearby houses anyway, are not in the hillside, they're in the R1 zone, with the exception of 3 houses in this block in which this house is proposed. Of those 3 houses, 2 of them, the permits were issued prior to 1984 and 85, when the city council, in emergency legislation that they adopted to save the hillside, put in the present code with some changes, or the present TMC. The one exception was next to a good friend of mine named Phil Sweet, who had lived there with his wife for 25 years, brought up kids. The neighboring house, the people there were there for 25 years. Their kids had grown up with Phil's kids. The neighbor said, and came in, I attended that planning commission meeting. They had the grandmother of their kids come up, and they were, I assume they were all nice people, said, we want to get a 2nd story so our children's grandmother can move in with us. Phil thought that was very nice, did not object. He did not object. The planning commission allowed it. After that building was built, this is the one that was not given by permit before 1984. After it was built, shortly thereafter, he realized and expressed his sincere regret for having not objected to that construction. And he prepared and sent a letter off to the Planning Commission and a council in connection with some other later applications to build 2-story houses in the hillside. He expressed those severe or strong regrets, but of course it was too late to take it back. The house is there, it's still there. I certainly can't complain that, it's there, it's a fact. Since then, he's died, his wife's died, his house has been sold. Actually, fairly shortly after the house that was built next door as a 2-story, there they had a divorce, moved out and left. The house has been sold, I think, a couple times at least since then. So that the parties that were there initially and, in a sense, allowed this construction are long since gone. The problem is the house is still there and it's still being raised by advocates as an excuse for you allowing them to build a 2-story house on their property where the property, there's nothing special about it. It's almost exactly like all the properties up and down that street. I ask, Don, yeah, go.
Hi, I'm Don Reinerton. I'm a 35-year resident of the Hollywood Riviera section, and I wanted to just make a couple of remarks on this decision. First, what I see is that this is not an R1 zoned property, unrestricted. This is restricted by 941.7 B and C to be 1-story and no more than 14 feet above grade. That is why they're asking for a variance on this. The variance is seeking to increase the original 1,577 square foot structure to over 3,000 square feet. That's doubling the area. And all of that additional area is being added on the second story above the existing structure and above the neighboring Hollywood overlay, or the hillside overlay zone buildings. Now, I think one of the questions is, why do we have variances? And I think the true purpose of variances under California law is to remedy defects in a property that prevent the owner from enjoying the same value as their adjacent neighbors. The idea is that if a unique lot characteristic harms an individual property owner, you end up having a mechanism to correct that. The purpose of the variance is not to enrich one property owner at the expense of other property owners. The purpose of the variance is not to allow somebody to buy a one-story lot and then transform it into a two-story lot in order to get a windfall profit. Now, I think there were other choices available to the appellant, is that I guess the first and most fundamental architectural choice is, if you want to build a two-story house, you ought to pick a two-story lot. And less than 100 feet away from this property is the non-overlay zone, which permits two-story houses, and where you can develop them or buy them and things. So the first and most fundamental decision of site selection, I would argue, was done incorrectly in this case. There were sort of 6 points that the attorney said were findings that supported this. I would suggest there is a 7th finding, which is extremely important, which is, are they complying with the ordinance at that location? And a two-story house is not, at 23.5, is not compliant with that ordinance. They could have chosen a different site, but they also could have added square footage below grade. If they had added square footage below grade, they would not require a height waiver. They would not end up violating the single-story requirement. So again, there was a choice made. You can see why the choice was made, because you'd like to have 1,500 feet high above your neighbors, but that choice ended up requiring a waiver. So I think one of the questions here, I mean, all of us that live in the Hollywood Riviera section know that if we built our houses higher, our houses would become more valuable. But we also know that we are bound by the agreements, the restrictions of the Hollywood Riviera. And because we choose to be bound by those restrictions, the neighborhood has been preserved for 40 years in a state that no other beach community really matches. And so it's not because we're stupid, it's because we are following the rules in our neighborhood. And I think it appears that in Torrance, we may be rezoning the Hollywood Riviera one property at a time from 1 story to 2 stories. And I think if that is intentional, then I would maintain, if we are going to give people an ability to build a larger and more valuable structure, we should give that right equally to all of the residents, not single out individuals for the gifts of special zoning things. Now, if we don't want to do that, then we ought to enforce the zoning ordinances the way they are written and things, not use the zoning ordinances to remedy damages to people that are caused by the application of the zoning on their particular property. Don't use it to end up creating windfall gifts for individual petitioners. Okay, that's what I wanted to say. Any other? I think I've left 14 seconds.
I just wanted to add, just go down the block on Via Alameda. You can tell the non-hillside overlay, it's an alleyway.
You shouldn't talk. Don't do it. No, Chris. No.
Okay. Your time is up. I wasn't sure which group this last gentleman was from. That sounds like he is part of the opponents. All right. So now that the appellant was given 15 minutes, the opponents were given 15 minutes. Now is the time for public comments. So I'm going to make sure I'm clear. It's not for the appellants, not for the opponents. It's for the public, and you each get 2 minutes. City Clerk, do we have anyone?
Michael Duarte.
Not from the opponents. This is the public. Well, if you signed up earlier and you're already part of the opponents, this is not for you. Am I correct, City Attorney?
The two people, or I guess it depends if you're going to enforce on that third guy who got up. The two people who spoke during the 15 minutes, and if you're going to count against the third person who got up, those people cannot speak again. Anyone who's a member of the public, no matter if they're for or against it, are allowed to get up and speak for 2 minutes on this item. But anyone who spoke either during the appellant time for 15 minutes or the opponent time for 15 minutes is not allowed to speak during this time. You can't speak from the audience. It's not how this works. You come up when you're called or during a public time, but you can't just yell out from the audience. That's not how this works. We have rules of decorum that we follow. So you can just wait for the mayor to address you or the clerk to call you up.
We'll let the clerk call out the name, and if the clerk calls on a name that hasn't spoken from the opponents, then you can come up and you get 2 minutes. City Clerk?
Michael Duarte.
Mr. Mayor, Council, my name is Michael Duarte. I'm the owner of 404 Villa La Soledad. That's the house right behind the project. This Saturday's October 1st, 5 years ago, we encountered a tragic event. And as a result of that, we really value our privacy. And the privacy we value is that of the hillside overlay by living in the Riviera. And Mr. Kim states in his appeal that a person inside the project, his property, second story, cannot at all see the backyard or windows of our property, 404 Villa La Soledad. This is not true. He can look right into our dining room, right into the kitchen, partially into our office, and all of the backyard, destroying whatever privacy we have that we value so much because of our tragic event. We have a lot of family. They visit us all the time. They have kids. They're in the backyard constantly. And these kids, their privacy, my family's privacy, would be invaded upon. And this is one of the things that the hillside overlay protects us from. And the Kims are aware of this. When they bought this house, they knew that the hillside overlay existed. They were told that. And now what they want is a special privilege and to build this two-story home. And according to the case that their counsel cited, Topanga versus County of Los Angeles, and the government code, a special privilege is explicitly prohibited by the government code. And what they do, they want to take away our privacy, our air, our light, and our view. And we strongly object to.
Barbara Laird.
Hello. First of all, I would like to just say it's refreshing to see In God We Trust. I live also at 404 Villa Soledad, and I love where I live. My dining room faces the project. I see the morning sunlight come up. I sit at that dining room table and see the sunshine, which it warms my home. And I just feel that you know, we all have a piece of the beauty up in the Riviera. The skyline from our backyard to the ocean. We all have a little piece of God. And the good thing about the Riviera is we can share that. And it's not just about one, it's about all of us. So I really oppose to the Kims. You know, they did know that that was the hillside overlay. And so they were aware of that. But that's on them. So I'm just here to say, I love my home. I love what I have, love my sunshine. I love the sky at night when we're out there, when the stars, and their house, you're invited to come from my dining room table. There are no, it's clear. It's clear, you can see the house that's there now. And so if I can see that now, what am I going to be looking at when they build their two-story home? So honestly, they're not considering their neighbors. They're considering themselves. Thank you very much for hearing me out.
Connie Smith.
Okay. I'm a co-owner of a property adjacent to 139 Via Alameda. I am most definitely opposed to the two-story house proposal next door to our family home of 68 years. Tonight, I speak on behalf of my brother Craig, who was unable to attend due to work restraints. Our brother strongly disapproves of the proposed size, style, and footprint of the plan. This modern two-story house with a rooftop deck is in stark contrast to the majority of 1950 homes that characterize the neighborhood. The plan would dwarf our 1,400 square foot ranch-style house, drastically inhibiting the amount of light and air coming into our home, and we fear creating a mold problem like that of the suites. As evidence, 2 Torrance Planning Department staff spent 45 minutes at our residence in May of this year. The staff saw for themselves the looming shadows cast by the silhouettes at 139 Via Alameda that completely obliterated the south side of our home and extended onto our front grass area, which was not represented well in the one shot that you had of our property. It's evident that the 2 stories would tower over our 1954 home. The precise plan proposed by Mr. and Mrs. Kim would replicate the same mold health risk in the 3 rooms on the south side of our home, especially during the winter months. The excessive windows in the new plan enable direct, invasive views into our side and backyards. My brother dreads that the enjoyment of our house and property will be forever destroyed. I want to also disagree with the fact about the illegal addition in the back of 139. That was brought up at the Planning Commission, and tonight, that's not true. There was a disagreement between the residents and the contractors, and that residence was...
Pork chop.
Hello, this is Pork Chop again. I would like to say that I like the American process because people can speak up against the project even if they do the same thing. In the area, there are 2-story buildings and everything. And I used to walk up there in that neighborhood after I quit smoking, after dinner. And we enjoyed our walk in the neighborhood. And they were smaller houses, bigger houses, older houses, sheds like I would never buy. But let's not talk about other people's property. But I don't understand in this project, process, we have the Planning Commission who approved. Now, all these opponents did not say one thing here. What did they do wrong? Planning and try to build a house. And these people forget that this is a torn-down house for $1.4 million, just for the residents to know. $1.4 million tear down, okay? This is not pork chop house. This is up in the neighborhood, not done you know where. And people worry about also their privacy. They come up here, they say their name, and they say their address. Now, that is a very smart thing to do. Say your name in public, recorded it, and tell your address. Now, that's very privacy. And if people don't like people look into their window, use a blind or a curtain. Hundreds of people walk front of my house, and from the street they can see my bedroom. From the street they can see my dining room and kitchen and everything. From the street. Anyhow, so I'm very happy I could put my few words in. Thank you.
Andrea Canulo.
Good evening. I live at 400 Via La Soledad. This has been our family home since 1965. The pictures that they showed, I wanted to point out that you show the trees that are providing privacy. Well, they provide privacy right now for a one-story building. With a two-story building, it would be eliminated. It would overshadow into our backyard, and it would affect the light. And I am just very asking you to uphold this hillside ordinance, not just for me, but for the other neighbors in the hillside overlay. Also, the gentleman that spoke about the representative coming out, I was the only one in those 3 homes that he did speak to. Never discussed a window. And then I didn't know that they had the balcony. Also, I saw that, and I thought, you're saying that the window's not, they can't look down on us. What about your balcony? You know, positioning a window when you have a huge balcony. And I also thought that they could, Leo came out in the morning time when the rest of the residents are working. So if you want to really know how people feel and make contact, I suggest you come at a time that is more realistic to meet people and to get their input. Thank you.
Judy Bernetti.
Hello, I'm Judy Bernetti with the Riviera Homeowners. Good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. The Planning Commission unanimously voted to deny this project, and I just wanted to show you, this is a flyer that was put out by the developer. It was sent around to the neighborhood. It does not ask the neighbors to meet with her, or they don't ask for input from the neighbors or from points that they could compromise on. It's not reaching out to the neighbors, it's just telling them, this is what we're going to build. And we would appreciate your support in the form of attendance at the public hearing to provide direct comment. In lieu of that, we'd be grateful if you'd send in a supporting email. This is not the intent of the Hillside Overlay Ordinance. The ordinance wants people to discuss what they're going to build before they build it, but this was not done. The letter given to neighbors from the developer, 139 Via Alameda, also said her project complied with hillside zoning parameters, and the staff report said this plan meets hillside overlay restrictions, but neither one of these statements is true. The proposed design at 139 Alameda was approved by the planning department, not because it was in alignment with the hillside overlay, but because it met R1 zone development standards. In fact, the city planning department never checks to see if any project meets the hillside overlay restrictions, because the city planning department never opposes a project due to the hillside overlay ordinance. The burden of defending the hillside overlay ordinance falls entirely on the shoulders of residents. If no neighbor objects to a new plan, then that house is automatically approved, even if it violates every restriction in the hillside overlay ordinance. The neighbors are the ones who remind the Planning Commission of the restriction of the ordinance and the importance of the ordinance. Residents appreciate it because it helps maintain the neighborhood, keep open landscape, modest homes, and lovely views.
George Vinovich.
Notice that the Planning Commission denied this project. And here we are again going over the same thing when Mr. and Mrs. Kim have their hired guns saying this is not a problem, everything's fine, then why are there so many neighbors here tonight saying this is a problem? This is going to have a negative impact on the quality of their environment. That's why they've moved to the Riviera. People know that when they move in, these are single-story homes. The Kims could put the garage underneath. That's what many of our neighbors have done to deal with that. Instead of blocking their neighbors' air and sunlight, privacy, they put something underground to get more square footage. I don't know why that hasn't been brought up as a solution to this problem. But I would hate to see my neighbors suffer because somebody wants to put up a two-story structure in a zone where that it's not allowed. Thank you.
Tom?
I'm Tom Fallow, live at 421 Via Anita, and I think some of the suggestions that have been made are wonderful, but I think you should follow the suggestion of your planning commission. Just say no. But more importantly, I think that the idea of going subterranean with the garage or something else is a perfect solution. I think the architects are so creative, I'm sure that they could put the whole house underground. But I'm not proposing that. Just put part of it underground. I think that's a wonderful solution. Thank you.
John Canulo?
Good evening. I live at 400 Villa Soledad. My name is John Canulo. And some of the pictures that were shown previously indicated those trees, how they provided privacy for us and a wall of visual impact for the neighbors. The problem is that they're right below high tension wires, required to always be brought down. And every time you bring them down, it takes years for them to grow again. It's not been mentioned at all, and that would immediately destroy any privacy. It would open up our backyard to everything that the neighbors would be doing at their home. So I want to make sure that you took that into consideration and oppose this plan, of course, and thank you for your time.
There are no more pre-signed up speakers.
All right. Looks like I was beginning to wonder if our process got confused a little bit, but we'll roll. All right, let's see. The appellants had 15 minutes. The opponents had.
Right, you should see if there's anyone who didn't sign up that would still like to speak.
Understand. I think the opponents had quote unquote 15 minutes. I think this gentleman already spoke. You don't get your time back. Sorry about that.
Okay, you can't speak from the audience. That's not how this works.
Anyone
like the mayor
else?
Speaking.
Not you, sir. You're done.
We're here because, I'm Lorraine Trevino, I live at 122 Via Monte Duro. We're here because the Planning Commission's goal is to approve all projects at the cost of not upholding the HOO criteria. Mr. Martinez's report is subjective. His staff findings are subjective. Your driving by is subjective. You don't live in these homes 24/7. You don't experience the adverse impact based on your subjective passing by. The opinions of his staff are subjective. I'd like to point out that the appellant's attorney's use of language attempts to intimidate by insinuating his client's project does not have cumulative adverse impact. This is subjective. Look at the number of neighbors in opposition to this project. This is cumulative. You can make all the technological presentations and bring in an attorney to present and hint at the appellant's rights, but there is collective opposition. Speaking of rights, he fails to acknowledge the rights of the many neighbors here tonight. It's infuriating that the applicant asserts that their desires should be served over the numerous longstanding neighbors who have lived in the Riviera, honoring and respecting the HOO and their neighbors. Approval of such projects with it will slowly erode, which we see happening, the protections of the HOO. We implore you to uphold this appeal and deny this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public?
My name is Patrick Foley. Do I need this? I guess so. My name is Patrick Foley. In 1998, I wanted to build a two-story home in the Hollywood Riviera, and I knew to look around in a place that wasn't in the overlay. So I bought a house at 138 Via Alameda, across the street from where they bought. Now, why would you buy a house in the place that's in the overlay? Well, clearly, you're supposed to build a one-story home. So my question to you is, are you going to keep the overlay or are you not? Simple as that. Overlay is one story. If you're not in the overlay, you can build two. So it's up to you guys.
Anyone else from the public? All right. So looks like everyone has spoken from the appellant, 15, the so-called 15 from the public. I'm going to give the appellants 5 minutes now. You only get 5 minutes in total. Just want to make sure you know that in case other people will be speaking.
Understood. Thank you. And thank you, by the way, for this spirited discussion. I appreciate it. I know it's a long evening. And frankly, I do appreciate all the neighbors who have come out to speak on this item this evening. I would also note for the record that you all have received, and the planning department has received, a number of emails, letters, phone calls from neighbors as well, and community stakeholders in support of Mr. Kim and the Kim's project as well. They're not physically or we're not able to come this evening, but it's not a, everyone is opposed over here and there's only, the Kims on the other side. It's a very balanced that you'll see in your record and find for yourself. I want to say a couple other things before we close. The first is, this is not a variance case. This is not a case about special privilege. All these words are getting thrown. You're giving them a special privilege. That's not what this is about this evening. That's not what's before you. My client has not applied for variance. They are not asking for a special privilege. There is nothing in the findings before you this evening, which is what's guides your decision this evening, that is asking you to find a hardship or is asking you to find that or to grant a variance. That is not what is before you. And so for the opponents to state otherwise is just factually incorrect. Two other final points. The reason we're here tonight is because the Planning Commission got it wrong. And I'm not saying it's not a personal thing, but they made the wrong findings. In the code, there are 6 specific findings that have to be made in order for a new single-family house to be built in the R8 zone. And yes, we are looking at the R8 standards, not the R1 standards. And those 6 findings were not the findings the Planning Commission made. There were other findings they made erroneously, which is why we had to appeal to be here before you this evening. And so, in closing, the reason we're here, and you as decision makers have a couple things on your side. You have the city code that says, if you want to build a 2-story single-family house in the R8 zone, you can do that if the proper findings are made. We're not asking for special privilege. We're just asking that you make the findings that are made for every other new single-family house in the R8 zone. And you've already heard from the opponents themselves, there are other 2-story single-family houses in the R8 zone. So all we're asking is that we be treated fairly, just like every other person who could show up here before you and ask to be building a 2-story single-family house in the R8 zone. Our clients have been respectful. They have reached out to neighbors. They've gone door to door. They have made changes to the project in coordination with the neighbors, in coordination with feedback that we've received, in coordination with feedback that staff has gotten. And at the end of the day, what I would ask you to do is to turn to your staff, who is entrusted with looking at these items, not just quickly or in an impassioned hearing, but in extreme detail. And your staff has done a phenomenal job on that and has said, we as staff can make the findings to support approval of this project. They have put together a resolution for you all this evening that in, frankly, very detailed fashion goes through all 6 of those findings that we went through. And as you tick through every single one of them, again, it's not about who's getting special treatment here. That's not what this is about. It's about 6 specific findings that you all are empowered as the decision makers to make. And we hope that you will find and support staff's finding to support this project. Reserve the balance of my time, happy to answer any questions, and I very much appreciate your consideration of this project. Thank you.
Guess what? He has 1 minute left.
Any questions? All right, I'll give you back 56 seconds. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. I believe all the parties have spoken, so do I have a motion to close public hearing?
Motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries. Councilmember Shake recused.
Okay, we have done. I think now I want to open this up for at least the council to make any comments or any more questions or to the staff or any actions taken. Councilman Griffiths.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of questions for staff. The properties across the street from the project home on Via Alameda, which are not in the hillside area, any issues with views or anything like that are really not part of our consideration tonight, is that?
Yes, the traditional interpretation of this sort of situation is that if you don't bear the burdens of the hillside ordinance, you don't get the benefits. So you can't use the hillside ordinance as a sword against the neighbors that have to comply with it when you do not.
Thank you for that clarification. The other question I had is, I think there were several folks that mentioned something about under our hillside ordinance, a 2-story house is not allowed. Can you expand on the truth of that statement?
Councilman Griffiths, Oscar Martinez, Community Development Department. Yes, there are specific findings that need to be made in order to allow a 2-story residence within the Hillside Overlay District. And the process for that, it would be the precise plan of development.
I'm sorry, what was the last name?
It'd be the precise plan of development, which is the public hearing process for a 2-story residence in the hillside.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have at this time.
Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is a question to staff. Looking at page 7 of the appellant's presentation, they show 3 residences. One residence in the center is 437 Via La Soledad. Is that 2-story home within the hillside overlay area?
Councilman Kaji, if you let me a quick second.
Oh, sure. I believe it's on the corner of Via La Soledad and Calle de Arboles.
Councilman Kaji, it appears that it is within the Hillside Overlay District.
All right. Thank you very much.
I'll ask some questions to staff. So the specific plan was submitted by the appellant, is that correct?
For clarification, Your Honor, you mean the precise plan? Yes, that was.
Right, right. I mean, to
That
do a
was-
two-story, because there's a lot of statements made. I just want to follow up, make sure that's clear. So are there any variances that the appellant has requested, special variances?
No, Your Honor, there has been no request for any waivers in terms of a setback waiver, height waivers, or variances to exceed any kind of floor area ratios above 0.6 FAR.
Did the appellant make any changes to the design or plan after the planning commission meeting?
Your Honor, yes, they did make some minor modifications to the windows along the north elevation.
And can you explain why they did that? So,
Yeah, I believe the applicant stated that that was a result of the comments that were heard from the planning commission meeting in order to address some of the privacy concerns that were raised.
okay. I think it was during your presentation or the appellant, I'm trying to figure out which one. There was actually two neighbors adjacent to the appellant's project. I think one of them was, one's in the corner and one's on the other side. The neighbor on the other side actually were okay with the project.
Yes, Your Honor, they submitted correspondence in reference to 133 via Alameda. They did submit correspondence supporting the project.
Okay, so they're like exactly next door to it.
Yeah, directly to the south of this project.
Okay. Just want to make sure I asked all my questions.
Okay, the hearing's closed. You can't speak from the audience, or the mayor may have to excuse you from the rest of the meeting. So please let the council do their decision-making process. Thank you.
Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. Questions for staff, I believe. The appellants, the Kims, they purchased the property after the hillside overlay was in place, correct?
Councilwoman Kalani, unfortunately, I don't have the exact dates, but I would be safe to assume that this property was purchased way after the hillside overlay was established.
And the other two properties that Councilmember Kaji referred to, were they built before or after the hillside overlay? Do we know?
I believe only one of the properties was built after the hillside overlay district was enacted, and that was a property that I believe Mr. Buck brought up along the same side of the street on Via Alameda. The properties along Via La Soledad appear to have been constructed prior to the hillside overlay district establishment of it.
Okay, and then finally, is the hillside overlay talks about adversely affecting view and light and air. Does it talk about to what degree? Or is it
Councilwoman
any?
Kalani, no, so it's just the interpretation that has been provided is significant adverse impact. It's been established that typically all construction would have some sort of a view impact. Essentially, past case law, and I believe our city attorney can further clarify this if it needs to. But one of the last projects that was litigated, essentially the judge said it has to be a significant adverse impact.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Any more comments and questions? Oh, there he goes, Mr. Councilman Griffiths.
Yes, thank you again. In regards to the, there's a deck on the back of the property on the top of the first floor. Has there been any efforts to mitigate any potential privacy concerns in regards to that deck?
Councilman Griffiths, the deck, the way it's placed, provides a solid guardrail, and it's between the two L-shaped of the project. So essentially, it's kind of self-contained, so as to preserve the privacy of the adjacent neighbors.
But is it possible, because the neighbors to the west on Soledad, that balcony or that deck would actually have a view into those properties if there wasn't potentially some of the vegetation there, right?
Councilmember Griffiths, yes. So in the judgment of staff, once they do their assessment, they take into account the existing conditions. So when we viewed it, when staff viewed it, they viewed all the vegetation, providing already sufficient screening there, and there wasn't any kind of visibility into the rear yard.
But it is a fact that vegetation changes over time and could actually die or be cut down or any of those things, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, Councilmember Griffiths, that's always a possibility.
And I would venture to say that if for some reason that vegetation were gone, for whatever reason, I think that with this new project, there could be some significant concerns with privacy to the properties, certainly to the west on Soledad, in my opinion. And that is one of the reasons it causes me concern. That's it for now. Thanks.
Councilwoman Lewis.
My question is to staff. Who actually made the determination for the significant adverse impact for this project? Did that come from?
Councilmember Lewis, so it's in the judgment of staff that makes that determination. Generally speaking, when we do these assessments, staff takes photographs, takes into account all of the correspondence that's submitted, does the site assessments, and we discuss it to see if there's any kind of potential significant impact. In our judgment, the proposed project that's designed does not create a significant adverse impact to view, light, air, or privacy.
If I could just follow up on that, the final decision on that is with either the Planning Commission or the City Council. It's not staff's decision. The final decision on whether there is or is not is a decision for the Planning Commission at that stage or the City Council at this stage.
Okay, thank you for both.
Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. Just need clarification because obviously the hillside overlay has a section, was it 9? I wrote it down. Let's see, 91417, the permitted development of residential. It does mention 1 story, 14 feet. Now, in that particular section, though, it's I find it a little bit confusing because it allows the director to establish whether or not there's an impact to view, et cetera. And also with a precise plan submitted, it would give you the option to review those impacts. So technically, it is allowed to go higher than 14 feet, higher than 2 stories. I mean, higher than 1 story. In this case, a 2-story. Obviously, there's obviously, I hate it when there's conflict in between, Planning Commission and Planning Department because it kind of puts us in a position. It's like, okay, well, who's right and under which circumstances, or what are they looking at? Are they missing something? Who's missing something here? I do have obviously some concerns with the height of it, but it does seem like they're below the was it 36 feet? I think is the maximum of the 2-story.
Councilmember Matucci, the maximum height for a 2-story residence is 27 feet.
Oh, 27 feet. Okay, so okay, and they were I think at 23 or 24 feet if I remember correctly in the plan.
Yeah, I believe it was a little bit over 23 feet.
Okay, well, I mean, it was under obviously that. Obviously, I think between the opposition and obviously the people who are proposing this, I think there might be some misunderstanding of how actually our ordinance might be, processed or how the process is. I'll be honest, it is quite confusing because then it kind of leaves it up to interpretation from staff, and I guess you guys do the best job you can to try to determine that. Our job is really to kind of get all the facts together and try to, see is it truly impacting. And I think the residents mentioned that if, we don't live there, so obviously it's kind of hard for us to determine. But until we actually start living in every applicant's house, it's always going to be the same situation. Historically speaking, we have approved 2-story buildings within the hillside overlay under the same or similar circumstances. I wish it would be a little bit more clear within the ordinance how that process works. I think it's a little vague. I don't know, maybe it's done on purpose to give us some flexibility. I just want to hear what everyone else has to say. I'm kind of torn on this one because I just don't see really enough evidence either way how it's affecting the neighbors, and it's really hard to determine the impact, especially with the trees. You know, trees are not a structure, so those could, like I think somebody mentioned, they could eventually be cut down by utilities and stuff, which would expose them. But at the same time, it seems like the application is within, correct me if I'm wrong, it's obviously within the rights to build it the way they're proposing it. All right, just want to hear what everyone else has to say. Thank you.
Councilwoman Lewis.
So this would be a question for staff. In these cases that's been previous to this one, has there been an opportunity for council to table this so the architect can hear the concerns that were raised and maybe do a design or redesign for submission?
Councilmember Lewis, yes, the previous council and planning commission cases for controversial precise plans of development have been continued, and the planning commission or the city council have directed the applicants to come back with a redesign. Typically something like that, might be a good idea to ask the applicant if they'd be willing to do that, as they might be looking for a decision tonight.
Mayor, with your permission, can we ask the applicants if they would be willing to take the information that they've heard here tonight and consider that possibility?
We could do that. I actually.
You'll have to reopen the public hearing to do that.
Yeah. So I'll make some comments first, because before we consider opening up, looking at the amount of the presentation tonight by the appellant and the opponents, and asking staff. That's why I asked staff, has the appellants actually made some changes after the planning commission meeting? And they have. And I read the report and visit the site, and even the issue about the backyard. I understand that well too. I actually think that the appellants did a great job in meeting all the requirements of hillside overlay. I think I want to ask the staff one more time: was anything violated from the hillside overlay? Because that straight out question, just a yes or no. Was there a variance? I know I asked a question before. I want to make sure we hear it. Was there a variance requested from a hillside overlay ordinance?
Your Honor, no, there was no variance or waivers requested for the hillside overlay district or the R1 zone.
Okay. So I'm going to let my colleagues. I know there's nothing that's 100%. I understand that, but I actually think that they met the requirements. Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Your Honor. I had the opportunity to live in the Riviera for about 3 years at 736 Calle de Arboles. So having lived there and walking our dog down Arboles, going to the beach, and taking that walk for many years and walking by this particular property and seeing the property in its dilapidated state was always a concern that was raised whenever I'd seen other neighbors on the street. So as I've looked at this in reference to other properties that I've seen in the hillside overlay that I walked by over the course of 3 years, of course, as I pointed out on the one property on the corner of Soledad, there are two-story homes within the overlay. So I think a representation that only single-family, one-story homes are in the overlay is, is incorrect. But having said that, as I looked through the applicant's submission, also had a chance to meet with the applicants and see that the proposed project has been recommended by staff, and having my own 3-year experience in the Riviera, I don't find that the applicant has exceeded any of the requirements within the hillside overlay. So in speaking to my fellow councilwoman about having any changes to the plan, I think we should just vote on it tonight. Thank you.
Councilman Griffiths.
Thank you. I want to make a couple comments. Once a building's built, it's built, and there's nothing we can do about it. And that's why it really takes careful consideration by the staff, by the Planning Commission, and now by the council. I've seen many, many of these cases in my time, both here on the council and also previously on the Planning Commission myself. I do have concerns with the privacy, especially on the 2 properties immediately to the west on Soledad, that may be somewhat mitigated by vegetation that isn't permanent. And the loss of that vegetation, in my opinion, would create a significant problem down the road, which, if this were approved and that vegetation were to change, would then create a problem that we have no ability to mitigate. So I'm opposed to this project for that reason, as well as the height of the project. I appreciated the appellant's reduction of somewhat of the height from the flat roof to the slope, but it really didn't change the overall height of the project. That really remained unchanged as best I could tell from the plans. And I'm just wondering why they couldn't have made it a flat roof but significantly lower. So those are my 2 objections to the project, and that's why I'll be voting against it.
Councilwoman Lewis.
I just wanted to come back and clarify some statements that I made earlier. The reason that I asked for consideration from the appellant is I think that Councilman Griffiths is correct. Once a building is built, it's built. And being here tonight, the ability for both parties understanding the concerns to come back together and reach some type of compromise, I wouldn't want to deny this without allowing them to come back and try to compromise at least one more time. And so that was the reason that I made the recommendation of potentially bringing it back at a later time to see if there's been some type of movement. I do share Councilman Griffith's concern, especially for the resident in the west, because that picture shows a significant amount of vegetation that provides privacy. Without that, and without any assurances that something similar, whether it be a privacy fence or leaving the vegetation in place, creates an opportunity for privacy issues. So that was my request, to see if maybe there could be something else that could be bought before us that would be that compromising agreement.
Any other comments? Councilman Griffiths.
Just to touch on something that Councilwoman Lewis mentioned, even if we were to deny this project, it could come back with a revision. Am I not correct?
Your Honor, Councilman Griffiths, yeah, excuse me. If the project was to be denied without prejudice, the proponents would be able to submit a revised plan and go back through the process, essentially starting over again at the Planning Commission level.
Thank you.
How is that different than what Councilwoman Lewis is asking.
I believe, Your Honor, I believe what Councilwoman Lewis was asking was to see if the applicant or the appellant was willing to make any design changes at this time, and then bring it back at a later date with the revised design.
So that just comes right back to us without starting all over again.
That's correct.
Okay, I understand. Councilman Kaji.
There's a question for staff. So if the applicant came back, would they have to incur additional fees and to restart it, or?
Councilman Kaji, if it was let's say if it's a continuance, and there would be no additional fees. If the project is denied and the applicant applies again, yes, they would be subject to all the development fees.
Okay. With that in mind, do I have a motion to reopen the public hearing so that we can get a response by the applicant?
I'll second that.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Sheikh recused.
All right, so we're at a moment where the public hearing is open so that the appellant has an opportunity to respond to the question from Councilwoman Lewis.
Councilman Lewis, I appreciate the question, and I think there's a bit of confusion about what is in our application and the project that's before you. What I hear the confusion around is landscaping and views, and whether we want to work with our neighbors to, to ensure that there are no view impacts or that there lessen any view impacts. And what staff will tell you is that in our application and as a part of our plan, we have made a commitment to maintaining the existing landscaping, those hedges, those trees that are primarily, as you see on a survey, on our property line in connection with the house moving forward. So the concern as to privacy, which I appreciate, should be largely, if not completely, mitigated by a condition of approval or condition of the precise plan that's before you to maintain that landscaping. I would also say that with regard to that balcony, and I heard Councilman Griffith, your concerns about the balcony, that balcony is set back, I believe, about 50 feet from the property line. It's quite far. So as staff has looked at this and has analyzed the view impacts, potential view impacts, that's part of the reason why I think you're hearing between the substantial setback from the property line and then the significant landscaping that we're required, our client is required to maintain there as part of the precise plan, that they do not find any impacts or significant impacts to privacy or light or air impacts as well. And happy to answer any questions that you may have as well.
So let me ask a question to staff based on what I just heard. Maybe it wasn't obvious to some of us that the vegetation was actually on the property of the appellant. And is that written as one of the conditions of approval to the precise plan?
Your Honor, staff always advises against conditioning any kind of vegetation conditions on these types of projects. But according to their plans, they do show a significant amount of vegetation on the applicant's property.
Okay. Are there, I hate to be architecting real time, are there any other methods to mitigate that concern of privacy short of vegetation?
That vegetation was on the other property that you saw in the photos, not on theirs. You have to stop yelling out from the audience. That's the rules. If you want to stay in the rest of this meeting, you can stop talking from the audience. That's the way it works.
Honorable Mayor, so typically privacy concerns are addressed via having higher sill heights on windows from bedrooms or from bathrooms, having a higher railing or a solid railing if there is a balcony in order to prevent somebody from directly having a direct line of sight And also, the other option would be obscure glass for windows within the building.
Right. Got it. Thank you. Councilman Matucci.
Yes, I did. No, I just wanted to look at page, was it 15 of the our city presentation, 10A. I mean 10A, the city's presentation. It shows 400 Villa La Soledad. It looks like those appear to be ficus trees. Don't quote me on that, but those ficus trees look like they're on the actual property of 400 Villa La Soledad. Is that correct?
Councilmember Matucci, yes, that's correct. It does appear that they are on that side of the fence, but the survey that's provided by the project plans indicate that that fence is actually, or part of that fence is actually on the applicant's property.
So you're saying those trees are actually on the applicant's property? Yes. The trunk? No, the fence, yes, but I mean, I'm saying, I'm just trying to figure out who has control over those ficus trees.
Councilman, if I might, we have submitted a certified survey by a licensed surveyor that shows that while not all of the vegetation is on our property, the majority of it, including those ficus trees, including most of the vegetation that frankly would be a buffer there, is on our property, on the applicant's property. And so that's a survey that you all have. I think it's the last page of your of the plan set that you can reference. And I realize there's maybe some confusion because neighbors see things and they see, where's that tree growing? But that's why we went to a licensed surveyor, asked them to look at this for us specifically. And again, it's part of our plan to maintain those trees, and we absolutely would agree to a condition from staff, from honorable council members to maintain those trees. We understand the concerns of our neighbors, and we want to be good neighbors and to respond to those concerns and ensure privacy for both ourselves, but also our neighbors nearby.
No, if I may, Mayor. So we can't put conditions on plants. That's right. I mean, they need to be maintained at a certain height or something.
Councilmember Matucci's staff would advise against that. Traditionally has always advised against vegetation conditions for these types of projects.
For these type of projects, okay. And I mean, looking at obviously I don't have exact measurements, but if I were to put a tape from the base of that ficus tree to the top of the highest point of those hedging, I'd probably estimate about maybe 8 feet tall from the base, approximately. I guess what I'm trying to get at is we can't put it on a plant, but can we put it on a fence? Some kind of covering. I mean, obviously, there's already a wall there, it seems like, behind it. From the picture, I can't see exactly what material it is, but it looks like maybe some kind of a block wall, cement. And obviously, it's not the height of the hedge. And I know there's height limits. I mean, the wall that's on my side yard doesn't even cover, anything of my neighbor's windows. Like I can see right through their windows and vice versa, So, and those are one-story buildings. So, I get the whole privacy thing, but, being that the lot seems like there's a difference in level of a few feet to begin with, I would imagine even one story would be a problem. But I don't know. Can we go 8 feet on a side wall, or let's say that those? I know right now there's a hedging there, but the next owner, let's say they sell the house 5 years from now, and they said, "I don't like hedging. I'm going to tear everything out." I think that's probably what the concern is.
Councilman Matucci, yeah, the height limit for fences or walls within the R1 zone is 6 feet with a fence height exception that's approved by the community development director. That can go, it is allowed to go up to 8 feet along the rear property line and along the side property lines, as long as it's not within the front 40 feet of the property.
Okay, and I believe that the lower portion can be cinder block or whatever, but then the top 2 feet need to be like either vinyl or wood, right? I don't think it can be 8 feet all the way a cinder block, correct?
Actually, it could be.
It can
Councilmember
be?
Tucci,
Wow,
yes.
that's like a huge
Any
wall.
kind of, anything higher than 6 feet, though, would require engineering in order to submit to building and safety.
Okay. I mean, I'd like to see if that, could address some of the privacy issues, and I understand privacy, but as one of the gentlemen stated before, I mean, there's windows everywhere, there's sidewalks, there's streets, I mean, we see, to get like 0 people looking into your property is almost impossible in a urban setting like we have, So, all right, thank you.
Actually, did you have a question to the appellant at that moment?
Well, no, I think they answered a question about the wall. I mean, I don't know what height the wall is, but I guess, yeah, so I mean, if we could go, let's say, up to 8 feet, I mean, I don't know, I'd rather look at vegetation, quite honestly, but if we can't put regulations on that, but if we can put a speculation in the approval that it requires that 8-foot engineered wall covering of some sort.
Councilman Tucci, yes, we can craft up a condition of approval if it could meet that intent. And then also wanted to point out, if the concerns of privacy exist on the balcony, another thing that could be done is increase the height of the railing for that balcony as well, from the standard 42 inches to, a lot of times, it can go up to 5 feet and be a solid covering.
Solid covering. My understanding that it's not overlooking indirect. That's my understanding, that balcony is.
Yeah, the balcony is set back 57 feet.
From the property line.
Actually, not from the property line, from the adjacent
structure
to the rear. To the property line, they are, I believe it's 27 feet.
27 feet to the property line, okay.
Sorry, I apologize for that. So,
Now, if that wall, the existing wall, let's say is 6 feet, and they need to go another 2 feet, does it still require engineering if they went with a lightweight material, like a wood covering of some sort?
Councilman Tucci, my understanding is they would be required to still provide engineering documentation, and to clarify, it's approximately about 40 feet to the property line for that balcony.
Oh, wow, okay, so 40 feet to the property line, okay. Almost the width of my whole lot. Okay, so I guess my question to the appellant, would you consider raising the wall with some kind of covering up to the maximum allowed and provide engineering if that's something that needs to be done?
Councilman, if that was a condition of approval that we made it 8 feet tall, we would absolutely accept that condition.
Okay. Considering that we can't put any kind of, I guess, orders on the vegetation, I'd like to see some kind of covering there.
Understood, and I think that's a reasonable solution, and I appreciate it.
I think that's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Lewis.
I just had a clarifying question, either for the appellant or for staff. I think I heard earlier you say that the appellant actually has some portion of the wall that I'm looking at page 15 at 400 Villa Soledad. So I understand the front wall actually belongs to that residence, but the back wall, which looks to be cinder block, does the appellant have? Is that on the appellant's property?
I think we'd have to have staff look at the survey to see exactly. We don't, the city, when the properties were built, didn't require surveys, so there are situations, including in my own neighborhood, where the people think the fences are their property line, and they are not. They're off, at least on my street, they're off by about 8 to 12 inches.
That's the one thing I didn't see. I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't missing it.
I'd have to hand that off to Oscar and Michelle to see if the survey shows exactly where the back wall on page 15 is located.
And Councilwoman, just to clarify, the wall is before the property line. So there's a wall, and then candidly, there's more of our client's property, and then the property line. So it's a little confusing. The neighbors may think that their property line is where that wall is today, based upon, again, the survey that's been certified by a civil. It actually, there's a wall, and then more of our client's property that goes beyond that.
I understand the confusion because I'm the same way.
Understood, yeah.
If I'm looking at it. So what you're saying, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is there's nothing preventing the homeowners from demolishing that wall either now or in the future if the house were to be sold?
Well, there's no plan to do that. And frankly, if you wanted to include a condition of approval that maintained that 8-foot wall, we would see no issue with that. We're not trying to demolish walls and put up new walls, but if that was the direction of the council, we would accept that condition.
Yeah, but that condition is only for the construction of the house for these owners. What I'm asking is, in the future,
To maintain a wall.
in the future, is there anything that would prevent, let's just say they sell the house, the new owner from demolishing that wall? Because what we're doing is you're giving this for the construction. My concern is what happens in the future.
Understood. And again, I would defer to your staff. I think part of it is that we've applied for a precise plan of development for the entirety of the site, which includes that wall. So I believe, and you know, staff would have to confirm this, we would have to come back for some sort of modification to that precise plan if either my client or a future owner decided at a later date they wanted to demolish that wall.
Your Honorable Mayor, council members, that is correct, because if the council decided that to be a condition of one of the approvals, then for them to do anything, they would have to come back and amend that condition.
Perfect. Thank you, Michelle.
Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. We're talking about an 8-foot wall on the appellant's property. How tall will that wall be at 404 via La Soledad? When they're standing on their porch, how tall is that wall going to be?
Councilman Kalani, fortunately, I don't have any elevation points of the adjacent property, but in terms of on the actual property, there really isn't a great difference. If you look at the survey, essentially it's kind of the same, but again, unfortunately, I don't have that information in front of me. And then if we can just get clarification in terms of the location of that proposed fence, would that be at the top, I guess, at the top of the slope, or would it be along the rear property line? Because if it's along the rear property line, that could be, well, depending on where we take the height, we will have to get additional information.
Well, I think if we can go the maximum allowed 8 feet built on the existing taller wall that's closest to the appellant's property, because there's a pony wall, then there's that bigger wall with the hedging on both sides. I think if we could build up that wall so that in the event that the hedging on the property gets torn down for whatever reason, or they die because some mysterious bug got them, at least there's some kind of covering that's made part of the condition to approve the project.
Okay, thanks for the clarification.
Councilman Griffiths.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I did not have the opportunity to go into the backyards of the two properties at 400 and 404 Soledad, which I think it would be very helpful to be able to do. And so for a continuation to be considered for that purpose, I would certainly support that. I wanted to talk about the height of the project in general, just not only from a privacy standpoint, but from just a massing and overall how it fits into the neighborhood. The sloped two sections at the front of the house and at the north side of the property, there seems to be about a 6-foot increase in height from the bottom of the eave up the slope to the top, according to your plans on page A2.3. I'm seeing that the ridgeline elevations at the bottom are 316, and the roof ridge elevation is 322. That's about a 6-foot increase in height. And I'm guessing that just provides for a vaulted ceiling underneath, but I don't have any internal plans to understand what's underneath.
Yes, Councilman Griffith, it is a vaulted ceiling, correct?
Is there any potential consideration for losing some of that vaulted ceiling to either go back to a flat roof at the 316 elevation to help reduce the overall height of the project?
It's a good question, and it's always dangerous when you get the attorney to start playing architect from the rostrum here. So I'm going to defer to our architect in a second as she's thinking about it. What I would just mention is we have given a lot of thought to these changes. When we went from a flat roof to a vaulted roof, was in response to staff's comments many rounds, in response to things we hear from the Planning Commission. So I'm not saying we wouldn't make any changes. Our desire is to move forward with the home that's before you tonight, this evening. Again, I certainly can speak to our architect, but it's difficult to kind of design this on the fly. But what I would say is, the project before you, again, complies with, as the Mayor said, every single thing that is before us in the RH zone. And to your concern earlier about privacy, we've got the landscaping that's going to be there. We agree to the additional height on the fence that's going to be there. And the other thing that I've heard you all be concerned about is the setback. You've got about a 40-foot setback, but then even there, especially on 400, when you get over the other side of that fence, there's no windows that are immediately adjacent here. It's actually a voided wall there. So it's even further setback. So I get that there's a concern. You can kind of sit back and look at this on a set of plans of, hey, how tall is this thing? And by the way, it's within the code requirements. But even still, it's set back in some cases 77 feet and 10 inches from the neighbor, the closest window that would see this thing.
Yeah, I appreciate those comments. Again, my concern, my most recent comment really was pertaining to the height of the project. 6 feet in additional height just for the benefit of a vaulted ceiling and providing no other significant benefit would seem to me an option for some potential modification to have it fit the neighborhood a little bit better. Because height is a big concern. Both properties on either side directly are all both one-story homes, and based on the silhouette and the maximum heights that were shown by that silhouette, this project does take a significant stair step up from both properties on either side, and that's part of my overall concern with the project.
And I appreciate your concern. I hear your concern. Again, I'll speak, if there's a direction to go back and relook at this, I'll certainly speak with our team. It's hard to do it here this evening. My hope is that hearing the fence conversation, the 77-foot setback, the landscaping that's there, that we, can earn your support this evening, Councilmember.
Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. I wasn't quite done. But I just, hearing all of there's concerns. I'm hearing quite a lot of concerns. It's being advised against us to try to maintain or control trees. We haven't heard from the residents down on the street below regarding a huge wall behind their house. We're just trying to change a lot. We're talking about roof heights now. We're trying to change this a lot. And I don't want you to have to pay any more money, but I'm not in support of the project right now the way it's been presented. Thank you.
Any more comments from the council? Because what I think I'm hearing is just for the appellant's sake. Look, if I just monitor the temperature of the council, that it may not be favorable to make a decision tonight. It might be better to come back and, as you heard, all the decisions, and make some adjustments that address some of the concerns from the council here, and you will not incur another expense for another hearing. That's what I'm hearing so far. I just want to make sure you're aware before we take we take a vote. It might not come out well. Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I mean, I'd be okay with the project if we did a 8-foot barrier. Bring up the, I'm assuming the white glass is one of those non-see-through glass.
Yes, Councilman.
Opaque, whatever.
Yes.
I mean, I'd probably like to see that, maybe at 5 feet. I know it sounds really high, but trying to limit that view. But I don't know, it's like 40 feet from the property line. It's really hard to imagine anybody going up to that balcony and saying, hey, look downstairs, because you're so far from the property line. But, I mean, having a little bit taller railing might be something that, kind of protects some privacy. But I mean, we live next door to each other, it's like having 100% privacy, it's almost impossible to achieve. And there's going to be some give and take, and I would hate to punish, one property owner that wants to build 2 stories allowed, according to staff and what I've been reading, it's allowed to do this, just because the other two, because the other properties are 1 story, we can't punish somebody that wants to build 2 stories, within reason, of course. And I think with the wall separation and possibly a little bit higher handrail, I didn't see the specs on the actual handrail on that. I would imagine the standard is what, 40 inches, 42 inches. So I mean, if we went, I don't know, 5 feet, that's 60 inches. Actually, even if we went like 48 inches or something like that, it'd be that, it just cuts off that angle a little bit better. But again, I'm okay with the project, even if we stuck to the wall thing. That's one of the biggest, I guess, one of the biggest properties that are impacted at the one at 400. So that's where I'm at.
Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm actually in concurrence with Mayor Chin's statement earlier regarding this project. It's unfair to both sides right now for us to ask you to do something on the fly in a public forum that you have not consulted with the Kims. It's also unfair for us to ask about the wall, although we are appreciative that you're willing to do so, without understanding the full effects of the other residents in the neighborhood. And I mean, this is a lot. These are people's lives. This is a legacy build. I don't want to make this decision with the information that we got here tonight without giving it its due diligence, not only from our community development staff, our planning team, you as architects, you as homeowners, and the residents that this was affect. It's easy for us to sit up here and say, oh yeah, build an 8-foot wall, which I'm in agreement with because I do have the privacy concerns. I just don't want to make a decision to send anyone out of here saying, okay, we agreed on the privacy wall, and not see the impact of the other residents that have to live with building an 8-foot wall. So that is where I am. I'm hoping that my fellow council members will concur with me to table this until we can see the impacts of the suggestions that we made tonight. Although I do agree that everyone met the requirements of the building code as it stands. And so with that said, I'm on the fence because a lot's been said here tonight, and I just want to make sure that we are being thoughtful to everyone involved about the impacts of what we discussed here just tonight. Thank you, Mayor.
And I appreciate that, Councilwoman.
Councilman Kaji.
I would concur with Councilwoman Lewis's comments. I think to provide an opportunity to the appellant and also this process of hearing from the residents of their privacy concerns, I think it would do everyone a great service to provide a little more time to fine-tune the plan and then to come back to us for reconsideration. Thank you.
I think someone's about ready to make a motion here.
Yeah, I want to move to close the public hearing.
Sorry, can I ask a question before? Is that possible?
Nope.
Just for clarity? I apologize.
Okay,
I don't
go
have a
ahead.
problem with that.
I just want to understand the specific feedback, because it sounds like we're heading towards tabling this evening, which I appreciate. The specific feedback that we're being asked, I understand, is in terms of the 8-foot fence, what that would look like on neighboring properties. Just quite candidly, you're getting a bit of it. I'm getting quite the audience behind me saying a lot of kind of nasty things towards me, and I want to understand what the direction that is being asked from the council to bring back to you. Obviously, we want to be responsive to the concerns we've heard from the community, although I want to make sure that we are addressing specifically what you all are asking. So I've heard a lot of things thrown out, so if I'm hoping in the motion you're about to make, if you could give specific guidance of the specific things you'd like us to work with staff on. And then my second request would be that we can hopefully set this for a date certain for a hearing and understand from staff timing of when they would need revised plans, so that, because quite candidly, this has dragged on for quite some time through Planning Commission. We thought that this was not going to be a controversial item, and because we followed all the code. So I appreciate if that would be the direction of the council.
I'm going to let staff speak for a moment.
Honorable Mayor, council members, Michelle Ramirez, Community Development Director. Staff has taken notes, and we've noted 3 main concerns. One is the wall, the block wall. One is the balcony and potentially increasing the height of one of the walls. And the third is also the height of the vaulted ceiling, looking to possibly bring that down. I think those are the 3 that staff could work with the applicant and making sure they understand what the council was looking for. And if that is correct in making the motion, staff would ask that we make it to a date certain of October 25th.
Okay. Thank you very much, because I think you helped Councilman Griffith make his motion.
First, we got to close the public hearing.
Got it.
Since we're continuing it, you can just continue it with it open.
Okay,
So, yeah.
that's fine. Then I'll go ahead and make the motion that we continue this to a date certain, October 27, did you say?
25th.
25th, thank you. And, yeah, with the 3 areas of concern that to be investigated are the wall, the balcony, and the overall project height with the vaulted ceilings. That's my motion.
Seconded.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Shake recused.
We've been at this for a while. I'm going to ask, I know it's 11 p.m. I'm going to ask for a very, very disciplined 15-minute recess, and we'll get Councilman Shake back in. We have returned from recess. Now we are moving on to item 9, administrative matters. Item 9A, from the transit, is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Mayor Chen, members of the council. James Lee with the Transit Department. Item 9A is requesting your honorable body's approval of a new memorandum of understanding with the Los Angeles County Metropolitan Transportation Authority for Proposition C discretionary funds. These are regional funds that the Transit Department is eligible for, and the MOU is renewed every 10 years. Attached to the staff report is the new MOU, which has a term of July 1st, 2022 to June 30th, 2032. And funding varies each year, but is approximately $2.5 million, depending on our agency's performance overall in the region. Staff is available for any questions.
Thank you. Do we have comments or questions from the council? Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. Just quickly, a question. It's a $2.5 million that will be spent in 10 years between capital and operational needs?
No, sir. It's approximately $2.5 million annually, and Transit uses it to supplement our operating and capital operating needs, sir. So it's $2.5 million annually.
Am I reading correct on Exhibit A?
Yes, sir.
The Torrance allocation is 2.2?
It'll vary from year to year, sir. This
Oh.
is because of the current economic situation due to COVID.
I see. So I think my question for clarification is that this will be between capital and operational needs.
Predominantly operating, sir, and some capital. Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir.
Any other comments or questions from the council? If not, we'll go to the public. I see Pork Chop in the queue.
Hello, everyone. I tell you the truth, I did not study this item as I should have, but you know what I think about public transportation. It costs a lot, and then you go very slow, very near. As I told you, I used 3 times probably the Torrance bus system, and I could have ride my bicycle faster. But anyhow, so I don't know where people would get to work or how they would get to work with the bus system. I understand whatever, and we got this money from the federal government, so that's a good thing. But remember, you pay your federal taxes, so you get back a trickle from your federal taxes for this. It's either should be much better, like I could sell my car and use the bus system as a reliable transportation, or not at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Pork Chop. It is after 11, so if you're not prepared, take a pass once in a while, please.
Okay,
Agree?
sir.
Got it. Thank you, sir. Anyone else from the public? If not, we'll bring it back up to the council, and just looks like we have the council's ready.
Make a motion to approve 9A.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We're now moving on to 9 Baker from the Transit. Is there a staff presentation?
Thank you, Your Honor. Item 9B is requesting your approval to allow the Transit Department to submit our Federal Transit Administration Section 5307 grant application for fiscal year 2022. Transit has a series of capital projects that we're hoping to move forward with and complete during calendar year 2023. This includes leveraging funds to purchase a new replacement bus, upgrading our fare boxes, and remodeling the transit facility as we prepare to introduce all-electric vehicles, all-electric buses to the fleet. The application is for a total of $4,116,783 and has already received SCAG concurrence for the region, and is currently in the Federal Transit Administration's queue for final submission. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have comments and questions from the council? Councilman Griffith.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, staff, for the report. Thank you for responding to my questions on this item. I realize that the issues at hand about choosing electric is not a decision that the city or Torrance Transit has chosen. It's a mandate from the government. And I just want to point out that we, as a city, using mostly, I'm sure, government money, which is taxpayer money, spent over $4.5 million, according to the answers you gave me to the question on how much we spent for the CNG, compressed natural gas infrastructure for our yard to support our CNG fleet, which is not just our buses, but it's also many other CNG pieces of equipment. But we made a significant investment with taxpayer money to do that, and that wasn't that long ago, if I'm not mistaken. It was probably less than 7 or 8 years ago.
That's correct, sir.
And now, according to this item, we're talking about spending another $3.5 million to do similar type of infrastructure upgrade to support electric buses. And the fact that the electric buses are several $100,000 more than the CNG buses, seems like we're going in the wrong direction, in my opinion, and I'm just very concerned that we're spending an awful lot of money in the name of environmental protection and at the taxpayer expense, and I'm not a fan. Not sure what to do with this item. I mean, if I say no, if we're mandated to do it, I guess I really can't say no. And so again, I guess I'm upset with the mandates that come down from above and take the decision out of our hands. And so I'm just going to rant because I can. Thanks.
Well, if I may, sir, our plan is to gradually introduce electric vehicles to the fleet. And as we shared in the staff report, the full mandate is not really till 2029, where at that point we have no choice but to buy electric vehicles. We're trying to just acquire the vehicles now to learn about the technology. But there will be a balance of CNG and electric vehicles for at least until 2029, sir.
Kim Turner, Transit Director. Yes, and all the money that we acquire from either state or federal is geared toward only electric. And we are, like James said, we're going to take a very slow approach to bringing it on board because of the need for the infrastructure and the training of our staff. So we will make sure that we test everything and that we're good servants of the public dollars we receive.
Thank you. Councilwoman Lewis.
I just had a comment about this. I know what it takes to undertake receiving a $4 million grant that's going to be for the betterment of mobility within the city. Although I agree with Councilman Griffith's statements about the funding, it does not negate the fact that a lot of work went into getting these federal funds for the betterment of the mobility in our community. And I just wanted to say how much that I appreciate staff engagement on this particular project.
Councilman Shake.
Thank you, Mayor. I also had a conversation with staff about that. My concern is, do we have enough power grid, or do we need solar system going forward to power these buses if we having all those in the future?
Staff is examining all potential angles for that, sir. For our light-duty vehicles, the non-revenue buses, we've already incorporated a solar collecting unit to recharge our supervisor and security vehicles. For the grid itself, it will be extensive work, and we're currently in discussion with Southern California Edison right now and working with other agencies that have already incorporated electric vehicles into their fleet. So we're continuously studying and learning from them as to how to move forward with this.
Thank you.
Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. This just kind of came to mind. When the governor tells us that we can't plug in our cars to charge them, are we exempt from that since we're public buses?
You know, sir, I'll have to verify that, but I believe there is an exemption for public transit agencies, sir. Yeah.
Councilman Matucci, Kim Turner, again, Transit Director. I was concerned about that too, and I asked a couple of my colleagues, and they continued to charge. So I guess they're exempt right now. I'm not sure if there's been any mandate or change, but that one time that it occurred, they continued, so.
Yeah. It just worries me, the amount of energy and legislation that's going towards going fully electric, which I have an electric vehicle, but I also have a gas vehicle because I know that, you know, it doesn't always fit the need, you know.
Right, and we will be going to Antelope Valley, who has a 100% electric fleet. We want to make sure that the range that they're providing to the other agencies is something that we could use. Right now, our buses get 300 miles per fill up. And we want to make sure that when we go electric, that we can at least go that far. My understanding is that they go 150 plus, but we may need to wait to see if there's anything else out there that goes a little further. That is a concern of mine, and I do want to make sure that we do our due diligence, ensuring that we get the fleets that go the furthest.
Now, do we have, I know this is a mandate, but do we have any other options? Say, you know what, we're going to hold off for whatever so many years. I know 2029 seems like such a long time away, but I mean, if we don't have the infrastructure in place ahead of time, we're going to be literally left in the dark. But
Well, initially, we held off. We were 100% CNG and proud of it, so we didn't really push the envelope at all. But then the funding that they were issuing was only for electric, and we're going to go after whatever money's there. And especially if we have to convert the fleet, we want to make sure we do it, in a phased approach. So get the money now, see how it works, figure out which buses are performing the best, and buy those. We've done that with our CNGs. We waited until everyone else troubleshot the vehicles and determined that when Torrance Transit took over, everything we got worked. So we'll do the same thing with the electric buses as well.
because some of our lines that go farther away, like into downtown and such, the last thing we want to do is have range anxiety, to where it's like, oh my, I'm running out of power, what do I do? You can't just pull into Walmart and charge it.
Right, that's what the SCE Coalition, it's a number of other agencies. We're working with them. I started off with them, I think 4 years ago, and right now our fleet services manager is a part of that group. And the goal is to figure out where they need to put the charging stations so that we can all utilize them while we're out there on the road. So it's a collective effort, and hopefully it will help, and we'll be able to utilize it if we're going outside of our region or the city.
I think Sacramento's getting a little overly ambitious. I get the reasoning behind it and, cleaner air, but I think CNG is actually pretty darn clean technology, but they're killing that too. So I just hope that we're not getting into a situation to where we find ourselves in trouble with the power grid. So it's not just about infrastructure, whether we have charging stations at the city yard, is do we even have power to be able to charge those?
You're absolutely correct.
So, and more people are buying electric cars, even, in a private sector, and now you have a situation where I don't think there's many new power plants being built. So, or I don't know of any actually. I mean, there's some that are staying open, but I think we kind of have to look at, by 2029, are we going to have enough power to charge our buses that we're purchasing now?
Yes, and in the back of our minds is the 28 Olympics, and we want to make sure that whatever we got will help serve that worldwide event. So again, we'll have to be cautious as we move forward.
All right. Hey, I mean, part of this item, I think we should really try to advocate for, fixing our power grid, because it does affect us, not just our residents, but, our city as a whole, and I just don't see anything's happening in Sacramento that I know of that gives me that peace of mind saying, hey, by 2029 or by 2035, everybody's going to be supposedly electric, but I just don't see that happening.
Right.
So, All right, I just
Thank you.
wish for the best. Thank you.
Well, I know I'm gonna hang on to my grandson's Flintstone mobile. Councilman Griffiths.
Thank you, Ms. Turner, for your comments. It caused me to think of a few other questions. How long does it take to refill one of our CNG buses when they're empty? Roughly?
I'll defer to James.
Approximately 9 to 12 minutes, sir.
Do you have any idea how long it takes to recharge a bus when it's electric bus when it's empty?
5 to 6 hours, sir.
And what's the typical mileage driven by a typical bus in our service? A day?
300 plus, sir.
300 plus?
Yeah. In the circulation that they perform.
Okay, that answers a lot of questions I have right there. You wouldn't be able to, with the current bus technology, electric bus technology, you wouldn't be able to do it on one charge.
No, sir.
And a bus would have to come in and, as you just mentioned, sit for 5 hours to get a charge. Seems pretty ridiculous. The other thought that I had is, I would imagine that the batteries in these buses are rather heavy. Does anyone have any sense of how heavy an electric bus is versus a CNG bus? And what kind of wear and tear would that put on the tires and the suspension and all the rest of that will result in increased operating costs?
Well, those questions are what we're going
I
to
know.
go to
I'm
Antelope
just-
Valley
I'm
to
giving
make
those
sure we
questions
can
to you
get.
now.
We will ask those same questions.
I appreciate that, and I know you
Okay.
will, but I just wanted to throw it out on the record.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Councilwoman Lewis.
I don't believe I read it in the staff report, but there's no cost match for this grant, correct? Or is there?
No, Councilmember Lewis, we actually used toll credits as the match.
I'm sorry?
Transit operates on the I-110 corridor.
Right.
And therefore, as one of the few agencies in the LA County region, we're allowed to use toll credits.
Perfect, thank you.
Anyone else from the council? Are you ready? Yeah. All right, Pork Chop, you're up.
I'm just gonna talk because you spent like 10 or 15 minutes on this item. Okay, just for your information, watch some videos on YouTube, how this electric bus is burning and the fire department cannot take the fire or put the fire out because once that battery starts to burn, there is, you just wait till it goes out. And I like Mr. Griffiths, they are heavy, they are blah, 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 and everything he said. And the CNG buses, they were just perfect already. And we have it, and you can go to Sacramento and you can tell them, why don't they use electric cars and every family member, and why don't they travel with it? And the other thing I would like to tell you, I don't think any of you using buses anyway, because I have videos about this. You don't use the buses what you operate. Of course, Mrs. Keene, or I don't even get into that. Thank you. You can go and say no.
Anyone else from the public? Oh, right, we got a second person.
Hello, everybody. I'm Sandy Lamb Chop. Sorry. No. Listen, this is all just crazy. We can hope and pray all we want, but everybody out there in TV land that's listening, we need to change Sacramento because we're not going to survive with this electric cars and buses and everything. I don't understand why, we can do our part, put solar panels on our roofs, as the everyday person. But why in the hell are we having to choose? We don't even get to choose. And the only way to stop this is to change the legislation in Sacramento. That's got to happen. You guys, people, you're cutting your nose off to spite your face. Done.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public? If not, we'll bring it back to the council. I'll take a motion to concur with recommendation of this transit director.
So moved.
Second.
Start voting, please. You can't vote. Oh, thank you. Your Honor, that motion carries with council members Griffith and Matiki voting no.
Thank you. We're now moving on to item 9C as in Charlie from the Transit. Is there a staff presentation?
Thank you, Mayor Chen. Transit's final item tonight is requesting your approval for 3 Measure R funding agreements with the Los Angeles County Metropolitan Transportation Authority. Staff previously applied for and was awarded funding for 5 special projects, and tonight's item contains 3 of the 5, with staff will return at a later time with the remaining 2 items, 2 projects in October. These funding agreements will help for the construction of the second phase of the Mary K. Giordano Regional Transit Center by building a multi-level parking structure. There will also be funding for some replacement and expansion buses, which will be a mix of CNG and electrics, and funding to construct a rubber wheel all-electric trolley vehicle that will provide specialized service where it would be challenging for a 40-foot bus to operate. And staff is available for any questions you may have.
Thank you. Do you have comments or questions from the council? Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. You said replacement of 20 buses, or these are additional buses?
These are a combination of both, sir. Under Federal Transit Administration guidelines, a bus has any mandated operating life of 12 years. And Transit currently has a fleet that was purchased in 2010, 11, 12, and 15. So some of them are approaching their 12-year lifespan and therefore are ready. We are also looking to expand our service, our Line 10, and a couple of the other routes as we prepare to open the Regional Transit Center. So this funding is for a combination of up to 20 vehicles, both combination of replacement and expansion service, sir.
But do we have enough need to have additional? I mean, I know this is a combination of replacement and due to transit center, and do you think that we need these many buses?
Yes, sir. A few years ago, staff conducted a comprehensive operational analysis called the Torrance Transit Tomorrow Plan. And in order to expand to the level of service in the region and the city as we hope to, we'll have to increase our fleet size from 63 to approximately 75 vehicles, sir.
Thank you. And these are alternate fuel. It can be CNG and electric, combination of both,
Yes,
correct?
sir. Indeed.
Thank you, sir.
Anyone else? Are you ready, sir? Mr. Porkchop.
This one is worse. I was going to say quiet, but this is $20 million we're talking about. And I'm already disappointed with this Mary K. Giordano Transit Center. You know, you have so fancy name of it, you know, just a bus depot. You know what I mean? But you already spent tens of millions of dollars on this, and I have to go there somehow, like 5-6 miles from my house to use this. If I'm in my car, hallelujah, I go wherever I want to go. I'm not going to go out 6 miles from my thing and use this. What is the alternate buses, by the way? Are they electric? Because you says alternate bus vehicles. Why don't you say electric or not? We already bought buses, and you know, you always say that they are too old, too many miles, and you just buy one regardless if they still work or not. Frugalness, you know. Be a cheapskate like me.
Anyone else from the public? If not, we'll bring it back to the council. I'll take a motion to concur with the recommendation of the transit director.
Motion to concur.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We are now moving on to item 9D as in Delta from General Services and Fire. Is there a staff presentation?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Jason Bodier with General Services. 9D is a recommendation of the General Services Director and Interim Fire Chief that City Council authorize a purchase order with Republic EVS of Santa Fe Springs, California for an amount not to exceed $1,496,439.88. And this is for 2023 Ford Medics Type 1 ambulances. These ambulances will supplement the city's existing fleet and will be slightly larger to accommodate both firefighting and medical equipment, which will give the fire department greater flexibility in the field. Thank you, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Do you have comments or questions from the council? I don't see any. We'll go to the public.
This is one of the topics I came here tonight. This says that you call this ambulances, but this only costs like, what, $40,000? And the ambulances you bought, they will cost like $200,000-$300,000. But anyway, so I think these are like the whatever pickup truck, you know what you're talking about. And, you know, I buy cars with 109,000 miles in it, you know. So I don't know why you need new ones. And if you want to cut back, don't go to the beach. Don't go to the beach. Don't go to shopping with it. You know, use it when you need it. These firemen going to Redondo Beach and all over the town, shopping, and all kinds of things they do, instead of be ready for a fire. And I don't know why we need new vehicles when we have 36,000 miles in it and 109,000 miles in it. They are perfectly good, shiny vehicles.
Anyone else from the public?
Again, speaking as somebody who's had to use an ambulance on many occasions, I'm for it. And that's all I got to say. And before certain people make assumptions about our great fire department, they should actually learn what the fire department does and why they have to go places, and that in the trucks, they have to be with their trucks in case they get a call. That's all I got to say. I'm getting tired of certain people putting down our fire department. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public? If not, I'll come back to the council. Take a motion to concur. Oh.
Hello. I just wanted to say hi real quick. John, how you doing?
Okay, thank you. We'll come back. Anyone else from the public? Come back to the council. I'll take a motion to concur the recommendation of the General Service Director and Interim Fire Chief.
So moved.
Second.
Start running, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
We're now moving on to item 9E as an echo from Community Development. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. Oscar Martinez, Community Development Department. The item before you tonight is a recommendation from the Community Development Director to award a consulting services agreement to Aspen Environmental Group of Agoura Hills, California for an amount not to exceed $163,667 to furnish an environmental impact report for the Torrance Port Logistics Project located at the intersection of Prairie Avenue and Delama Boulevard. The site is currently vacant and the project proposes the construction of an approximately 350,000 square foot warehouse building. The scope of work requires the preparation of an EIR in accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act. In May 2022, the RFP was released and sent to 112 firms via email via mail and email, and staff received 2 responses. An evaluation team comprised of members of the Community Development Department and Public Works Department reviewed the proposals and conducted interviews. The review team concluded that Aspen Environmental Group's proposal provided the closest match to the intent of the RFP, as they have worked on similar projects throughout the area. Staff notes there are minor changes to the standard consulting services agreement related to indemnification and cyber liability insurance, which have been reviewed by the Community Development Department, City Attorney's Office, and Risk Management Division. Staff does not object to the revisions as they will not materially affect the final product. Therefore, the Community Development Director recommends that City Council award the consulting services agreement to Aspen Environmental Group for an amount not to exceed $163,667 to furnish an EIR for the Torrance Port Logistics Project for a period of 2 years beginning October 1st, 2022 and ending September 30th, 2024. And staff's available for any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any? Well, Councilwoman Lewis.
I just wanted to say for the record that I will be recusing myself from this issue because the closest match to the intent of the RFP actually came from the Port of Long Beach. So I will recuse myself from this issue.
Does that mean she needs to step out, or she's going to
If you're recusing yourself, you need to leave. If you're just abstaining because you don't have an actual financial interest, then you can stay.
Correct. So thank you for correcting me. This is not my area of responsibility, nor do I have a financial interest in this. But due to my other employment, I'm just going to abstain from this. So thank you.
Okay. Do we have Councilman Sheikh?
Thank you, Mayor. So this project is to study that we are going to bring more warehouses and storage in this lot.
Councilman Sheikh, we do have a proposed development at that location for an approximately 350,000 square foot warehouse. It's been determined that in order to further advance the project, it will require the preparation of the environmental impact report.
Okay, but the scope of this project, I just want to understand, because I have expressed my concern to have so many warehouses and storage in the area that may impact the future value of our property in the city, because we already have so many storages that are being constructed. So the scope of this project, just to understand, is to bring more warehouses, or they can bring any other item in this, any other project in this area?
It would be to analyze the environmental impacts of a proposed 350,000 square foot warehouse building on this subject property.
Specifically for warehouse
Specifically
building?
warehouse, correct, warehouse and office uses.
Just the environmental study to see if the warehousing is possible in this area?
That's correct. If there's any potential significant unavoidable environmental impacts. Then that entire project would be brought forward in front of the Planning Commission and to the City Council upon appeal at a later date. Yeah.
So if the environmental study say negative, then we still can build anything we want, not necessarily warehouses.
Well, this would just analyze the potential environmental impacts for the warehouse. It would have to analyze certain alternatives as well as part of the environmental impact report, but specifically it is for the development of this project site as a warehouse facility.
And this scope was requested by who?
This was by the project proponents. I believe it's Torrance Black Beauty and Prologis as well.
All right, thank you, sir.
Councilman Kaji.
Thank you. What is the current zoning of the 31 acres?
I believe it's zoned M2, heavy manufacturing.
Okay. And then also, is it too premature to project out what the potential development fees will be generated from the project?
Councilmember Kaji, I can come back with estimated fees in terms of development impact fees and development fees that are assessed for the project.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Anyone else from the council? If not, we'll go to the public.
Hello, it's me again, just very shortly in my 1 minute. I don't even understand the name of this thing, Torrance Port Logistics Project. What the heck is this? What is this good for? A warehouse for who and what purpose? What do you have? What the city have to warehouse? Or this is gonna be a building you're gonna rent out? I just don't understand. And using taxpayers' money, not the city of Torrance taxpayers, but the whole United States taxpayers' money, just to start this project with $163,000. Do we need this? Do the city needs this? Who wants this? Who needs this? I don't even know. I understand the words, but what is Torrance Port Logistics Project? What kind of name is this for something? I just can't believe this.
Thank you very much. Anybody else from the public? Based on what I read, this is not Torrance City money. It's not taxpayer money. There are potential people who are interested in this piece of property, and then they are funding it. So that's pretty much what it says in here. So thank you very much. Any other questions or comment from the council, or we will take a action to concur with the recommendation?
Move to concur with staff recommendation.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Lewis abstaining.
We're now moving on to item 9F as in Foxtrot from City Clerk. Is there a staff presentation?
Yes, Your Honor. It's a recommendation of the City Clerk that City Council adopt a resolution amending the City of Torrance Conflict of Interest Code and repeal Resolution Number 2020-111. The California Fair Political Practices Commission designates the City Clerk as the filing officer for the City of Torrance. The Political Reform Act requirement requires that every local government agency review its conflict of interest code every 2 years to determine its accuracy, or alternatively, that required amendments are necessary. There is a red line version in your staff report that reflects all the departmental updates regarding title changes, position additions, or deletions. All the departments were contacted to review their conflict of interest code for their particular position and have responded, and this is the resolution before you includes all of those changes. And I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from the council? If not, we'll go to the public. Thank you, sir. Do you have any other comments from the public? Okay. Bring it back to the council.
Move to concur.
Second.
And that would be including adoption of the resolution.
Do you want me to restate?
Yes, please.
I move to adopt the resolution.
Your Honor, would you like the resolution title?
Yes, please.
This is resolution number 2022-98, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending the city's conflict of interest code, which incorporates by reference the Fair Political Practices Commission Standard Model Conflict of Interest Code, and repealing resolution number 2020-111.
Was there a second?
Second.
Start voting, please. That motion carried unanimously, Your Honor.
We're now moving on to item 9G as in golf from Community Development. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. Oscar Martinez, Community Development once again. The item before you tonight is a resolution to formally terminate a covenant and agreement for real property at 23805 Hawthorne Boulevard. In 1973, when the property was initially developed, a covenant was recorded which required Planning Commission approval for uses other than a restaurant with alcohol service and adherence to conditions of approval for a conditional use permit 73-33 and Planning Commission review 73-11. In December 2009, the Planning Commission approved development permit for the construction of a new retail and office building and a division of law for lot consolidation purposes. In February 2011, the Planning Commission approved a children's daycare facility at that location. A request was received by current ownership to formally terminate the covenant and agreement as it no longer applies and considered null and void. Staff concurs as the current development was reviewed and approved by the Planning Commission. Therefore, the Community Development Director recommends that the City Council adopt the attached resolution to terminate the covenant and agreement. Staff is available for any questions. Thanks.
Thank you. Do we have questions from the council? Councilman Matucci.
Just a quick question I probably should ask you earlier. Does this require a recorded document to, because this was a recorded document?
That's correct, Councilmember Matucci. It was a recorded covenant, so essentially in order to remove it, it has to be formally adopted by the council and also recorded in order to remove it from the title.
Will this be done through an escrow company? And if so, who's paying for it?
It's actually all by the current ownership. Their legal representation would be filing the documents with the county clerk's office.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the council before we go to the public? Thank you, sir, once again. Appreciate it. Any other comments from the public? Bring it back to the council. City Clerk, may we get a number and title, please?
Yes, Your Honor. This is resolution number 2022-99, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, terminating certain agreements and covenants related to 23805 Hawthorne Boulevard.
Move to adopt resolution 2022-99.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
We're now moving on to item 9H from Community Services. Is there a staff presentation?
Hi, good evening, Mayor, Honorable Mayors and members of the City Council. Shane Lee, Administrative Analyst with the Community Services Department, presenting item 9H, a recommendation to accept and file a status report on the city's coyote management plan and provide direction on coyote trapping services for the next interval period, and approve the first amendment to contract services agreement with Coyotes Wildlife and Pest Solutions of Anaheim, California, in the amount of $79,200 for a new not to exceed contract amount of $134,400, and to extend the term for 1 year through October 7th, 2023, and appropriate $9,200 to the Community Services Coyote Management Program expenditure budget. As of the time of this report, current expenditures for the services is $41,400 for 9 months, which is through July 31st, 2022, which is consistent with the approved $4,600 per month cost of the services. Staff has prepared 2 versions of the contract amendment as attachments E and F. Both versions include the option to extend the contract with 2 additional 1-year extensions. The current pricing would remain the same for the same trapping frequency service levels, which is 5 days a week, Monday through Friday. Staff is requesting direction from your honorable body in 2 ways. Determine the trapping interval period and the trapping frequency. The interval period is whether to continue year-round services or for a 6-month cycle from October to March. The trapping frequency is whether to continue at the current weekday services Monday through Friday or to expand to 7-day trapping services Monday through Sunday. There are 4 options provided before you. Option 1 offers an interval period of the full year with a Monday through Sunday trapping frequency at $79,200. Option 2 is interval period of a 6-month cycle with the Monday through Sunday frequency at $39,600. Option 3 is the interval period of, again, the full year at Monday through Friday frequency, which is our current service levels, at $55,200. And option 4 is an interval period of 6 months with Monday through Friday frequencies at $27,600. It is therefore recommended that your honorable body accept and file updates on the Coyote Management Plan and approve the First Amendment with Coyotes Wildlife and Pest Solutions Incorporated of Anaheim, California, to provide abatement service levels under either option 1, 2, 3, or 4, and to include term extension options, and if selecting option 1, that the Coyote Management Plan budget be increased by $9,200 as per the cost for services. Thank you, and staff is available for any questions.
Thank you. Do we have questions from the council? Councilman Griffiths.
If I read the report right, I think I understood that in the reporting period provided for trapping in the last year, we've trapped 28 coyotes, is that
Yes,
correct?
that is correct, council member.
I would advocate for continuing on the existing level of service at option 3. I don't feel like if we increase to the 7-day a week for another $24,000, I'm not sure it's going to result in any significant increase in trappings, and I would think that the current level is sufficient. That's my comment.
Councilman Shake.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mayor. Have we identified any hotspots where we see more coyotes or where we see captured more coyotes?
Thank you, Councilmember Kaji. John LaRock, Community Services. The hotspots in this city are traditionally the westernmost edge of our city, adjoining Redondo Beach and their Wilderness Park, as well as along our southern border with Rancho Palos Verdes and the hillside. Those are the 2 habitat areas that we manage at our borders.
How many traps we have in the city?
We have a total of 5 trapping locations. The exact number of traps varies based on the expertise of the trapping service.
Oh, I see. And any other cities have joined since we started this program, or?
Rancho Palos Verdes continues to be a partner agency with us. Other cities continue to consider program modifications beyond education to include trapping, and with City Manager Aram Japarian's assistance, we continue to pursue that at the COG meeting level with other city managers representing those member cities.
Okay, and just to understand the methodology, currently we have Monday through Friday, and then for the weekends, they pick up the traps, and then they come back again on Monday and put the traps back.
That is correct.
Wow. Shouldn't that cost them more money? It's just very strange.
Well, by law, they are required to visit the traps at least once per day. So that staff footprint remains the same whether they are visiting the traps or removing them or replacing them.
So the option 1 is to have $79,000 per year if we go with the year-round trapping, including Monday through Sunday. It's like a $20,000 difference, right?
Correct. That funding is available in the Community Services Department budget due to existing savings we're experiencing across all divisions.
And currently, we are going Monday through Friday. It's only $46,000. In your expert opinion, do you think that will make a difference if we go the weekend as well?
We are not experts. We are merely seeking your direction. At the time that we approved the prior contract, the initial consideration by council was to do 7-day-a-week trapping. Due to pandemic staffing, the vendor was not able to provide that. In our follow-ups with them for this renewal, we asked if they were able to expand that service to 7 days, and they indicated they are able to staff it, which is why we provided it as an option for your consideration.
And how is the outreach going? We're getting a lot of...
It's increasing since we've come out of the pandemic restrictions of having further group outreach. So our next level is to actually go physically to various homeowners associations and other community groups to do a presentation live, take questions, and educate them about how they can provide assistance in reducing habitat attractant, particularly food and water, at their domiciles so that we can reduce having the coyotes enter the urban and suburban environments.
And I also want to thank the community for their emails to us. Most of them, they want us to go with that, but, talking to some of the experts, and it sometimes gives false hope that it will be eradicated 100%. So I would strongly request staff to keep on outreach with this program. But I'm supportive of this program. Thank you.
Councilwoman Lewis.
Question for you, because we all know coyotes don't take the weekends off. So with that being said, with the option 1, have we explored the possibilities of doing maybe cost share with other communities under the same RFP? I don't believe I read that.
Well, the only other city in our region trapping is Rancho Palos Verdes, and they're doing it on a targeted basis with the county.
Okay.
So they also have made trappers available to their residents to take care of nuisance coyotes, but that is a very slippery slope. I would imagine, based on our both our CEQA analysis and the safety of the public, that we would not seek to share trapping duties within the city.
Okay.
Simply because we're using targeted city-owned properties to provide the program.
Okay, I'm asking for budget considerations, so thank you.
Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, John Rock, for answering some questions I had for you yesterday. And I'd be in support of going 7 days a week, 52 weeks a year. As of right now, we're losing out on about 100 days of trapping, which I don't know what that would equate to, but I'm sure we can trap a few extra coyotes that way. I consider this a public safety issue. I know we're looking at this, dollars and everything, but we need to categorize this as a public safety, in my opinion, issue. And I think it's a very reasonable thing to do, to actually trap 7 days a week. As Councilwoman Lewis said, coyotes do not take the weekend off. Yeah, definitely in support of the option one, and give it a try for a year and see how the numbers look, and also at the same time advocate for other cities to, do their share as well. This is a regional issue, but as we've stated many, many times before in these types of meetings under this subject, is that we need to be a leading role model for a lot of these cities that maybe don't have the courage to put together a program that's aggressive like ours. We have to make sure that we put public safety on the top shelf and make sure we treat it as such. Again, quite honestly, I did not know that we weren't trapping on the weekend until you told me. Because I thought that that's what we had voted on, but when was it, back in November 2021? Yeah, so I thought we were doing 7 days a week, but I guess turns out it was 5 days a week. So I'd be definitely in favor of going 7 days and see how it works out for a year. And then we'll look at the numbers and see if it's working or not. So, thank you.
Thank you. We don't have any more questions from the council. We will go to the public.
I know this is a hard situation, and I'm for public safety also, but what's happening with the coyotes we catch? So what Mr. Leroc said, or somebody, I would spend more time, energy, and money educating people. Don't feed the coyote. Don't leave out cat food. Don't leave out dog food. And also, right to Sacramento, if we going to put the leftover food in the trash cans, then you're going to have a population rise. So I think we should spend more money and time educating people not to feed the wildlife. And by the way, the city of Torrance has a Torrance TMC code that prohibits feeding the wildlife. And if you go to the dolphin park, people feeding the pigeons daily.
Thank you, sir. Do you have anyone else? That's what I was wondering. I think I see two people on here, but I think they left. Anyone else from the public? If not, I'll bring it back to the council.
Thank you, Mayor. If there's no more comments from the council, I'd like to make a motion that we accept and file the status report and go with option one, and for 1 year, and see how the numbers look at the end of the year.
I second that motion.
If I just may, Your Honor, that would include the availability of the 1 year extensions on the contract as well.
I'm sorry.
Our approval request is both for the 1 year of service and available 1 year options on the contract.
Correct.
Which would still be your discretion to approve.
Absolutely.
And the budget appropriation, all of your City
You might just want to say you concur with staff's
Yeah,
recommendation.
just the whole thing, with
Concur
the
with staff.
year-round 7 days a week
All right.
option.
As long as we're going to option one. And yes, concur with staff's recommendation.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
We're now moving on to item 9I from City Manager and Community Development. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Greg Loden with Community Development Department. The item before council tonight is the ratification of Public Order 2022-02, which pertains to COVID-19 related land use entitlements. This order extends the life of temporary event permits that were issued to allow businesses such as restaurants, religious institutions, and COVID testing facilities to operate outdoors. A total of 22 businesses responded to a city survey requesting that these entitlements be extended. The current local order is set to expire at the end of September. Subsequent to the preparation of the item before you, staff has been in contact via phone with several businesses that did not respond to the survey but have expressed interest in being added to the temporary extension. A revised list has been prepared and is included in Supplemental 1 for tonight's item. Should the council ratify the public order, the listed entitlements would be extended until January 31st of 2023. The item before council tonight is also reporting on the staff's review of permanent outdoor dining programs that have been developed in nearby cities. A summary of these programs is provided on page 65 of the item. 16 nearby cities allowed temporary outdoor dining in response to the COVID-19 pandemic, and 8 of those have developed a permanent program. Most of these cities require an application fee ranging from $250 to $1,375, as well as rental or licensing fees for the use of the public right-of-way. The licensing fees range from $2.23 to $13 per square foot. These cities allow the construction of a parklet deck, which is often constructed of a wood or metal platform and a railing system. In researching other cities, the cost to construct these parklet decks tended to range from $16,000 to up to $100,000, depending on how elaborately they were constructed. Torrance City staff has had concerns with the concept of the parklet deck installation due to the potential for vehicle intrusion into the dining area and the potential consequences of wooden decking or other materials becoming airborne or posing a safety hazard to diners, pedestrians, and occupants of vehicles. There have also been aesthetic concerns raised about the parklet decks and their overall maintenance over time. Placement of these parklets may also impede street sweeping activities. While studying the issues, staff did encounter one city in Minnesota that allowed the creation of parklets via the construction of a sidewalk extension. This allows for a more permanent activity space to be constructed to public standard. This approach could also allow for the dining and activity area to be located immediately adjacent to the facade of the building, with the pedestrian path of travel being routed around the patio. This type of installation would likely cost more than the parklet deck approach, but could be a more permanent solution. After discussions with Public Works, Building and Safety, and the Fire Department, staff notes that there would likely be code requirements that are triggered depending on a proposed design, and that those code requirements could significantly impact costs as well. Staff notes that the newly introduced property rehabilitation rebate program could be used by a property owner to help defray those initial construction costs. Staff in this survey conducted outreach to businesses that had this temporary outdoor dining And of all those businesses, 10 noted some interest in a permanent outdoor program. Of those 10, 7 would be able to utilize their own private property, while 3 restaurants in downtown mentioned some level of interest, and those 3 would require the use of the public right-of-way. There's one of those 3 that is very, very interested, and the other had more of a lukewarm interest depending on the cost. Staff does note that several letters of correspondence against outdoor dining have been received, basically concerns about public access on the right-of-way, the impacts to parking, and sort of the appearance of some of the outdoor dining that exists. Based on these considerations, staff requests City Council direction regarding a permanent outdoor dining program. And should the Council determine to move forward, staff recommends that at minimum a permanent outdoor program include the following considerations. We're proposing that it include a administrative review process through our minor use permit, which has a filing fee of $1,028. We would also recommend a 500-foot public notification area during that approval process. We would also recommend that parklet decks be prohibited in favor of a sidewalk extension built to public standard. We also note that life safety and development standards will need to be developed in conjunction with Public Works, fire, and building and safety. We would also look to examine the allowance of an outdoor dining and activity area on private property and how that could be accommodated. We would also need to include in the fee study the review of the use of the public right-of-way and what the appropriate monthly licensing fee would be for the use of the public right-of-way. Lastly, we would also need to define the allowable size of these installations. At this time, the Community Development Director recommends that the City Council adopt a resolution ratifying Local Emergency Order 2022-2, including the revised business list from the supplemental, and provide direction related to the development of a permanent outdoor program. And staff is available for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Griffiths.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Loden. Appreciate all the work that's gone into this. This is a pretty big issue, and I want to just, again, thank staff for all the work that they've done to help our restaurants through the difficult time during the pandemic where they couldn't have their patrons inside, or the restrictions were such that it made it very difficult or uncomfortable for customers to do that. But thankfully, I think we're mostly out of the woods in that regard, and so I am glad we're taking a look at this. Looking at many of the parklets that are out there today, I personally find them to be very ugly. I don't think they are adding anything aesthetically to our community, and I definitely agree that we need to do something, and I want to make sure that what we do is going to be beneficial for the overall community, not just for a couple of companies that potentially want to do it. I have a lot of concerns with issues with being able to clean the streets around parklets, drainage and so forth, that the parklets are potentially interrupting. That the streets were designed for drainage in a certain way, and now if you change a parklet, how is the drainage going to happen, and all of that. I also suspect from some of what I've seen, especially in our downtown area, that it seems like some of the parklets are not heavily used anymore, and which makes them even less attractive. So I'm all for, I love your ideas about moving forward. And what else did I have in here? I also do believe that there should be a fee associated with providing this additional space, especially on city property, because because we're providing basically more square footage for their business, and I think there should be a return to us for the effort we put into that. And I would suspect many of the people that are taking advantage of that today for free may change their mind and say it's not worth the fee that might be charged, and would probably decline the parklet. So personally, I would rather see a bigger plan of how do we want our public spaces to look, especially in our downtown as part of our whole downtown redevelopment. One of the other concerns that I have is if a business does move forward and wants to do a parklet and we approve it and set up all the fees, there's no guarantee that business is going to be around for another couple of years. And then what happens? What happens if the new business, oh, I don't want to pay for that? Well, who's got to pay for the cost of removing the parklet? And then, of course, the other big issue on our public properties where we've taken parking spaces away, that's a huge concern for me, is that we've already got a lot of concerns with parking in our downtown. And I see a lot of potential solutions for that, and one of which we could do today, and that's to do much more enforcement of our current parking restrictions, which I think are not being properly enforced. But those are all the issues and concerns that I have, and I think that the direction you're taking is very prudent, and look forward to seeing how those develop. And I would be in support of all those things, with the types of things that I just brought up as something to be very much in the forefront of the thinking. Thank you.
Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. That was so well said, Councilmember Griffiths. I don't have a lot more to say. I would concur what he said, with what he said. Parking is so precious, and it's really causing some challenges downtown. So I think we have to be very aware of that. And it is often you go down there and not a lot of them are used, and they are looking like they need some care. So I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Logan, for presentation. And I also want to thank the community. They responded to your survey. I think you reached out to quite a few businesses. I saw on attachment B, there are 22 participants, but they responded to your survey. How many of the businesses that you reached out?
We reached out to over 150 that were on the original list, so it's
20% response.
Been reduced by quite a bit based on that outreach.
Yeah, and people are hesitant to respond to your questions. Why do you think that is?
No, I just think there's very few that are interested in continuing it. Most of them have moved back indoors and don't feel the need for the outdoor program.
Have you received any of the complaints from the surrounding?
We've received several letters of complaint, sort of blockage of the public right-of-way, the appearance of existing parklets, and primarily the parking issue has come up a number of times.
And also for the maintenance part, that it's hard to maintain and looks ugly, like it was mentioned earlier by.
Right.
Yeah, and even with the fee structure that others are charging, I don't think it's enough to maintain the streets and remove all the parklets. Do we have enough resources for us to manage that and maintain and provide all services that are required?
Your Honor and Councilman Sheikh, Danny Santana, Assistant City Manager. I think the thought process here is these would be application fees to secure the approval to have the parklet. It would not be to complete the construction. The cost of construction would be borne on the applicant, subject to the same standards that the city is under when we construct a sidewalk. Should the business go away, the city is left with the sidewalk that meets all public standards. And it with several additional incorporations into the concept, like a deposit, the city would have an ability to remove that additional sidewalk area should it no longer be needed, leveraging those deposit funds that can accrue interest and can keep up with current costs of construction, should that ever come to pass.
Thank you, Mr. Santana. How about sometimes you see a lot of debris, or like it's not clean. I mean, I have noticed myself the streets are looking ugly. You see a lot of food sometimes I've seen myself. So who is responsible to cleaning those streets after they use the facility?
When it's under the possession of the business or this temporary outdoor dining, they are technically responsible for cleaning it. And if we're seeing instances where they're not, please notify staff so we could follow up with the subject operation. If it were under an agreement between the city and the operation for a permanent outdoor dining installation, then it would be the obligation of the business. At that point, with an elevated sidewalk, it would not be in the navigable street. So it shouldn't have the same characteristics of what you described now.
Okay. Thank you. I may come back for a couple of other questions. Thank you.
Councilman Kaji.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Loden, for your presentation. I know that the creation of these parklets was as a response to the COVID-19 impacts on restaurants during a time when there was no indoor dining. I think now, though, for these restaurants, of course, their primary contractual obligation is to pay rent for their spaces. And I think now that people can, once again, dine indoors, they're seeing, I think, an increase in traffic. So I view this as having been a good temporary fix to help these businesses survive during the pandemic. But I think unless there's some overriding reason why a business sees a need to expand outdoor dining, I concur with some of the comments that it looks bad. It looks like a construction zone, some of these parklets. So I really don't see ongoing justification for having these downtown, and I think I see it once again as a temporary response, and an assistance that the city provided. So I guess my suggestion would be if any restaurants would like to apply on a case-by-case basis, and if they can justify the expense of paying for that type of expansion, possibly, but I have nightmares thinking about placing diners so close to the street and giving them some false sense of security that they're immune to any cars, turning in and, causing injury. Thank you.
Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. On that note, Kaji, that's one of the first things I want to talk about is safety. I'm sure we're obviously taking safety into consideration. I sometimes go down to Catalina and they put all those people outside, and they decorated it nice. They put some nicely painted plywood, but between you and a car that's traveling at say 30 miles per hour is literally like quarter-inch plywood. And so I don't know what's inside those things, but I can't imagine it being anything strong enough to stop a vehicle. Obviously, our standards needs to be put in place as to what we consider a safe, relatively safe. Nothing's bulletproof, right? But something that if we are going to say, well, yeah, you can keep an outdoor patio, but this is how much it's going to cost in fees. There's some engineering that needs to be done because it needs to stop a vehicle driving 25 miles per hour, whatever the speed limit might be there. What we have there now is ugly. Some of the stuff that's been put on private property, which also I think we need to differentiate, taking a few parking spaces from private property versus public property. I think those, give an example, Torrance Tavern is a great example. They built it on private property, so that should be treated differently than maybe something on Sartori. I do think also, we need to really try to look for, I guess, a special design or look that we're looking for. Like I say, in the downtown area, we have to be careful. There's already not enough parking to begin with, but if we have certain standards to follow, I think it'll really make everything look so much nicer and safer, because let's face it, what's there now doesn't look very appealing. you know, some of them decorated it a little bit nicer, but some of them just have like these little plastic orange, whatever color it was, filled with water. Not going to stop hardly anything. So we have to, you know, really put something in place sooner than later, because it is affecting the look, I think, of the whole place. As far as fees, I don't know. You know, we have to kind of be careful with that, because if we charge too much, then we're not very business friendly, and we're also not really helping the businesses out, because there's really only so many tables you can put and only so many people you can serve on an outdoor patio. But they are pretty attractive, I gotta say. You know, outdoor dining, especially in Southern California, it's happening, you know? I mean, if we learned anything from COVID, is that we kind of changed the whole dining experience, you know, with being outdoors. So I'm hoping that we put together a plan that's fair, that's reasonable as far as fees, and something that we can, you know, possibly even look for, I don't know if there's any grants or something that we can look even for the construction portion of it, because putting the whole, you know, the whole blunt of the expense on the business owner that's just barely getting out of a COVID shutdowns, it might make it almost impossible for some of the businesses to you know, put a more permanent outdoor patio. So, and we also have to look at the added revenue, because I'm sure more seats will also be more revenue for the city. So I think it's a win-win to have those patios built nicely. Thank you.
Councilman Griffiths.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to add something that I forgot to say when I spoke earlier on this. I really enjoy outdoor dining, and I really think it adds a nice ambiance that people appreciate, but I think it has to be done properly. And I think that's the key, and it has to be done in an organized and orderly fashion. There are communities that I've been to that have a whole street full of outdoor dining, and the restaurants are just packed, and people love to do that. And, you know, I think it just has to be something, especially in our downtown area, it just has to be done in a more well thought out thinking, as not necessarily just a one by one, but how do we want, what do we envision as the future for our key streets in downtown as far as the public sidewalks and how we want to utilize that. I know some of the businesses are lucky enough to have patios on the sides on their own property, which is a nice amenity, and those that have that are lucky to have it, and I think they get well used. So I just want to reemphasize that I love the idea of outdoor dining. I think a lot of people do enjoy that, especially in the best times of year when the weather's right, or when the restaurant is able to provide proper heating and other things like that. But again, the aesthetics have to balance it out such that it doesn't detract from the look of our community and enhances it rather than hurts it, and makes it a positive environment for the restaurants to grow their business, for the pleasant experience that the diners will be able to have, and fairness to the other businesses in the area. So it's a tough balancing act. I'm confident in staff's ability to come up with a plan, but I also might suggest that maybe you do a kind of a secondary survey of the businesses that did respond with some interest and say, okay, would you be interested if the fee was X amount of dollars a month or a year, and try it at a couple of different levels and see how many drop out. I mean, I'm sure most of them would say, yeah, if it's for free, we'll keep doing it. But if we start imposing some fees and some other guidelines on there, what percentage of the ones that did indicate an interest would drop right out? And if we're only dealing with one or two that are on public space, I don't know if we want to spend a whole lot of staff time trying to evaluate a program. It just may not be worth it. And then as far as the private property owner, people who did their expansions outdoors, one was mentioned, Torrance Tavern, which has been a really very popular a location and a well-done patio. I mean, it's not ideal. It's still obviously a temporary tent. And the other concern is, you know, when we granted that business the right to be there, we also said, well, we got to have a certain number of parking spaces for your business. And I think we've overlooked some of those parking requirements to allow them to do this. And I'm not opposed to, if the parking hasn't become a problem because of these, I'm not opposed to creating some exemptions for our normal parking codes to do that. But I do want to make sure that we're doing any of these, whether it's on public or private property, we're doing things in a more permanent way. I mean, I'm not opposed if we come back in a situation where we're in a pandemic again, we need to do something to help them out on a temporary basis. That's fine. But if we're going to do something that's not for pandemic purposes, I think we need to come up with a little bit better long-term plan that's not looking so temporary. Thanks.
Councilwoman Lewis.
I concur with everything that Councilman Griffith says. The only thing that I would like to add to it is there was a lot of thought that went into the redevelopment of downtown. And I think that there should be a lot of thought of what the future of downtown looks like. Also, to that end, this was a temporary measure to get us through COVID. And I think what we haven't mentioned is the impact on the residents that actually live in that downtown area. They didn't sign up to have an extension, a permanent extension, and I think that as a council, we should be thoughtful of the overall impact. I'm a great fan of outdoor dining. I love the aesthetic, but we need to make sure we're considering the impact to other businesses, parking, and the residents that actually reside downtown. Thank you.
Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. Have we done any study, or do we know the information if outdoor dining is only for the weekend most of the time that's crowded, or is it because normally during the weekdays I don't see there's too much need? Mostly it is over the weekends, Saturdays, Sundays, or Fridays, most probably. Do we know anything information?
We didn't ask that particular question as part of our survey. Just anecdotally, we tend to see it's busier evenings and weekends generally. In relationship to the downtown, it's particularly busy when there's other events going downtown, such as the street fair or other activities.
Yeah, I'd like to look into that because I think that may be the driving factor if we really want to have a permanent for throughout the week, because sometimes the restaurants are probably empty, but they have people to sit outside, and that create little issues for the neighboring businesses. So if we can get some more information on that, and I think in addition to that, I don't feel that this should be a permanent for a long time. I know this was a temporary solution for COVID or anything related to that, but having this permanently, that will cause a lot of issues, the traffic, the concern for the public safety, and I don't know if you have any record of any accidents because of this outdoor dining?
I have not heard of any.
Nothing of that. Okay. All right, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, if we don't have any more questions for the council, we'll go to the public.
Just talk a little bit because you spent, it's not on. You spent like 28 minutes talking on this thing, what shouldn't ever happen. It was a great thing you have the businesses when was a need to have the businesses. When we hit the pandemic and it was illegal to go inside and we had this outside dining, that was just great. I never did it, but it was great. But in Europea, it's very popular, the outside dining, and I tell you the secret why. Because in summertime, it's hot like hell, especially inside where the kitchen is, and people sweating like pigs. So that's why they go outside. But here in America, we have the great invention called the air conditioning. If I would go, I prefer an air-conditioned, clean place to eat, where I don't sweat like a pig.
Thank you, sir. Do you have any other public comments?
James Henry, winter is coming up. How many people actually be outdoor dining during the winter time? Have you considered that? Has any city council people dine during winter time? And is that being considered in your decision? As far as the revitalization of downtown Torrance, most of the thought was by the consulting firm that the city hired, which is a lot of money, and I think it's a waste of time. Thank you.
I'll put my 2 cents in. Mr. Henry actually took my point. Winter's coming up, and I'm thinking that, you know, maybe the outdoor dining could be like more of a summer thing for the businesses that want to do that, other than the private businesses that have their own private property. I think that would be more optimal. I don't know about going into air conditioning because, you know, our power grid's not going to hold up. They won't let us put on the air conditioning. The other thing is that, you know, they have the outdoor dining, but everybody's closing at 8 o'clock. And I think we should think of ways to be able to have these businesses keep open past 8 o'clock. Because basically, you know, they're pretty much checking out at 7:30 because they all want to go home. So I'd like to see you guys do something more to help them stay open longer. Thanks.
Thank you. We'll bring it back to the council. Councilman Griffiths.
I was curious, in the resolution, and the city manager wrote it such that the current situation with the parklets would terminate on January 31st, 23. Why that date and not a date sooner?
City Manager, I believe it's consistent with the prior extensions like that. Greg to chime in as well.
We just felt that that was a demarcation that would get restaurants through the end of this year. There was no science to it.
Mayor, council members, Michelle Ramirez, Community Development Director. I think we also looked at it from the standpoint that if the council did not move forward with it, it gave them time to kind of wind down their business and be able to take everything fully back inside.
And to bring a permanent program, should you want us to proceed in that manner as well.
Your Honor, if I may, Danny Santana, City Manager's Office, if the council is not interested in extending this temporary program, you simply would not extend the city manager's order. What this item provides is your ability to extend should you wish to, and also request your direction on what kind of standards you would like. We heard a lot of meaningful feedback in terms of permanence to help with the aesthetic that is currently of concern to many of you. Safety standards, ensuring that there is appropriate review, cost recovery, and standards and provisions in place to address some of our current experiences with the temporary structures. So that's really what this is intended to provide, the update of the research from the businesses, what was discovered by staff in reviewing other agency approaches to this. Please provide us your direction, how you would like us to proceed.
Thank you. Maybe I'll ask a question as well. Most of us been addressing businesses, and I think a couple of my colleagues said that the question went back to the community that there will be a cost associated forward to doing this. The interest level potentially may reduce. And then in terms of winter dining, you know, businesses have to buy propane tanks to put heaters outside. And they have the cost if there's an ROI associated with that. They'll probably double think that. I think Councilman Kaji mentioned might be a case-by-case basis in the future. If a business wants to do something, we treat them that way. The other area was, I think there are other I see faith-based organizations that says, hey, if you give us a free extension, we'll take it. So if they purchase the tent and January 31st expires, what is the situation at that moment in time if there's a tent on their property and they already bought it?
Chair, Mayor, Honorable Mayor, council members, if the council does not move forward with something more permanent, then we would be working with anybody who still had any type of apparatus out at their property, working with them before that to let them know that it needs to be taken down. If they don't take it down by that date, then it will turn into a code enforcement case with our environmental quality officers working with them.
I see. So do they have the option to request or do a permit? For how would that go? Is it just they have to take it down?
They would take it down.
Your Honor, if I could add to the director's description, if they wanted to continue exterior operations, there are other opportunities, but it would be via permanent structures. It would not be using temporary elements, as has been permitted by these emergency orders.
Okay. Got it. Councilman Griffiths.
Yeah, I want to try to direct this into a potential motion, and I think January 31st is a little bit long. I really don't see any reason why, especially since it is winter time. I'd kind of like to see the period shortened up to be, especially for those on city property, to shorten that up to maybe 60 days, maybe the end of November, just thinking out loud. And to, I think I mentioned earlier, to just do a survey of those businesses that expressed an interest in continuing and give them a little bit more specifics on what they might have to sign up for if they wanted to continue it, and throw out some potential fees to see if their level of interest continues. You had a question?
Just for your awareness, as part of our outreach survey, we did identify the range of fees that we were seeing.
Did you?
And I think that did influence the number of respondents that indicated they were interested.
Right.
So far, the vast majority of those that are interested have private property that they could develop.
Right.
And then really only one in downtown with strong interest, despite the licensing fee and the application fee.
And especially the ones that are on the public property, those are the ones to me that are aesthetically distracting and hurtful to the rest of the community. And that's why I don't want to let this go for another 4 months. I'd rather see it maybe drop down to 60 days so that we can start returning some of our downtown back. And, you know, I think that if we have a couple of people that are seriously interested, I would be willing to maybe have our council make an exception for those who really show a significant interest. But I think we need to, and maybe get them to make a deposit or something to kind of hold that interest so that they've got some skin in the game, so to speak. And let's weed out the people who are serious about doing it and those that aren't, and let's just work with the ones that are serious. And I don't want to have staff go on and on and on to try to come up with a million plans that nobody may ever want to even take advantage of. And so I want to try to make your jobs a little easier and be realistic to the businesses and say, hey, you know, you've had this for this long. We don't really need the outdoor dining for pandemic purposes anymore. We need to improve the look and function of our community. It's winter time, you know, winter will be upon us. And so after Thanksgiving, I would think outdoor dining is probably not going to be too busy, as several have said. And I don't know, it's just a thought of a possible motion.
Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. And just to kind of expand on that a little bit, I like the idea of it being on a case-by-case basis and maybe even requiring some concurrence with their neighbor business or residents, because I'm sure that it does negatively impact some businesses, especially in regards to parking, especially downtown. And then also, even if it's on their property, there needs to be the guidelines for the aesthetics as well. Thank you.
Okay, looks like everybody has spoken. I think we need to narrow down our council's decision on how we want to give direction to staff. I heard a few ideas. One was shorten the extension certain areas, and I'll give Councilman Griffith an opportunity to make that motion.
I'll give it a try. I would like to adopt the resolution, but changing the time to the expiration to be end of November for a little over 60-day period. And obviously give everybody as maximum notice, obviously, as possible, and shortly after the meeting, if this is approved. And then to repoll the interested parties that have expressed interest in your survey and put out some realistic best guesses as to what a fee would be to have their space, whether it's a square footage charge, monthly square footage. I mean, I really do view it should be some sort of a rental fee. So what's a fair rental fee? And I know you did a survey of other cities, and pick a median fee in there and see if that would float with any of our people, and let them know it won't be free. And so that would be my motion, and then maybe bring it back to us after you've had that survey completed, and we can revisit more further specific direction.
Councilman, just for clarification, there's also, besides the restaurant, on the resolution on the top, page 6, there's the COVID testing sites. Do you want that to be November 30th as well, or do you want that to be a longer time period?
I don't know. Nobody talked about it. I think, yeah, the same. There's plenty of COVID sites that you can go get tests these days, and there's not huge lines or anything like that. Yeah.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes, I just want to make sure, clarification, COVID testing sites, that would be, for example, on the parking lot at Delamo, that would be the ones. Okay, Councilman Matucci.
Yeah, just wanted to see if we can, let's say that somebody, I'll give you an example, one of the restaurants downtown starts the process, gets an architect involved, starts talking to the city. Are we going to give them the option to keep the patio open until the process goes through? Because, to me, it seems like if they're really adamant about having it and they're willing to pay the fees, get an architect involved and design and stuff, I really do think that we should give them the opportunity to keep that patio open. And wintertime, I mean, if you drive by most places that have patios, they have heaters, there's people outside. HT Grill seems to be always packed. HT Grill in Redondo Beach, they're always packed outside. Winter, rain, even during the rain, there's people outside. I mean, it's just amazing how people just love to be outdoors. They got the fire pit going and the heaters, and people like to eat like that. I mean, it's popular. And I just wanted to give that opportunity if that's possible.
Yeah, I have no problem with that. I think kind of what I said is if, based on the feedback we get from the secondary survey, if there's a couple that show that they are very interested, I would be willing, with concurrence from council, to extend them to continue their situation, but the others that have not expressed the interest to continue would be required to take it down.
Okay, I'll second.
I'm fine with that.
I'll second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Are we going to adopt the reso?
Yes.
Your Honor, this is resolution
Yeah.
number 20.
With the changes to the dates in 1, 2, and 3 to be no longer January 31st, 2023, but November 30th, 2022.
Correct. I think I did say adopt the resolution with the change of date at the beginning, but I know I talked a lot.
Can we get a number and title, please?
Yeah, resolution number 2022-100, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, ratifying public order number 2022-02 that related to COVID-19 land use entitlements as amended.
Do we need to reapprove that?
Yeah, just for the record.
Motion to approve resolution 2022-100.
Second.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Okay, agency agenda, there are no agency agenda. There are no second reading of ordinances. We're now moving on to oral communications number 2. It's 12:54 a.m. Do we have anyone in the public that did not speak during oral 1?
I didn't. Hi. This is my first meeting since you guys came back to the chamber, so I didn't say it before, but hi. And welcome back. Congratulations to the new council person. And you guys are doing a great job. And that's pretty much all I got to say. Except for, I do have a suggestion though, because sometimes I can't make it in. When you do the orals, could you possibly maybe like be able to have people call in to do when you get done with the people that are here, be able to have people at home, not just me, but anybody else on the phone lines. It's something to consider. So it's my suggestion, and I'm glad you're all back, and thanks. You're doing a great job.
Thank you. Anyone else? If not, take it up to the council here. First one in order is Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm looking forward, along with Councilmember Shake, to Thursday evening. Public Works has kindly arranged to have Caltrans report to those residents in Districts 1 and 3 on their ongoing project on the 405 freeway. So I think that provides our residents with a great opportunity to hear directly from Caltrans. And also, I've been receiving a lot of positive calls in District 1. They've seen the flashing signs announcing that from October 3rd, Crenshaw will be replaced and repaired. So I've been getting a lot of positive feedback from the constituents who are jumping up and down and believe now that they're on the map at City Hall. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Kaji. Just noticed that I did not read what I was supposed to have read before oral communication 2 started, so I'm going to complete, just for the record. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comments on items not on the agenda. Under the Ralph M. Brown Act, City Council cannot act on items raised during public comment, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed, request clarification, or refer to items to staff. Speakers under orals are limited to either oral communications 1 or number 2, and you're only limited to 1 minute per speaker. Okay, now I've done that. We'll go on to Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to wish everybody a good evening. It's late. Thank you. Good morning. I apologize. Thank you.
Councilwoman Lewis. It's orals for council, so you can share.
12:57. The one thing that I did want to say is thank you to our IT department. We were testing out some new technology. Sorry, you can't hear me? I'm usually loud enough. I'm sorry. I just wanted to thank our technology department. We're testing out new iPads, and they've been very helpful, or whatever they are, tablets, and they've been very helpful. So just thank you for all of us here.
Councilman Matucci.
Good morning, everyone. Just wanted to mention my mom lost her best friend last week, and it's heartbreaking to see anybody go, but when it hits home, and especially when it hits, one of your family members, and this lady, Ivana Rinashente, I want to mention her name, because she was just a lovely lady, full of life. She was like a grandmother to my son, and we're going to miss her dearly. And I just wanted to mention her name, so good night.
Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple things. I know it's almost 1 a.m. Quickly, first I want to agree with the participant that we should have during oral, if possible, have calls from the people. Some of them, they're really shy. They don't want to come to the, and I have requested our city manager, and I think he's looking into that if that's a possibility, and I want to thank Mr. Japarian, and if he can bring this with findings so we can see if that's a possibility. In fact, some of the cities like Burbank, they're doing the same thing during the oral, so it's maybe a good way to have some participation from the community. I'm a big advocate for that. Additionally, I wanted to say that during the last 2-3 months, Councilman Kaji and I are meeting with the neighboring city council and mayor, and we met with the Carson mayor, with Hermosa Beach mayor, with Lameda Beach mayor, just to outreach and having a relationship and pick their brains and what can we do and bring to our cities. And we have been very successful in having a dialogue with them and express our concerns and find some solutions for the regional issues. It's been very, very positive experience, and just want to let the community know. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Sheikh. Since you mentioned that, just so you know that since we are part of the South Bay City's Council of Government, and Councilman Matucci is our representative, however, any member of our city council can attend any of those meetings as well to accomplish some of those purposes. They meet on the third Thursday of every month, so feel free to go attend any time, especially if you're interested in regional issues. Thank you. Councilman Griffiths.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Try to be quick. One item for concurrence. I've been focusing on commissions a lot lately. One of the things I talked to our city manager about was restoring another old tradition of having council have joint meetings with our commissions periodically. We haven't done that in quite a number of years, and I think it would be a worthwhile thing. I think that commissions really appreciate our direct involvement with their planning for their ideas. So with concurrence, I'd like to see if we could bring an agenda back to discuss the possibility of doing that. Thank you all. And then I also wanted to just give a big shout out to Ellie Jones, who's been diligently working for us for all these years up in the city manager's office on her retirement this week. We're going to really miss her. She'll leave a big hole in our department, but we want to wish her well, and I'm very grateful for all her assistance over the years. And then my last wish is that we have no special meetings between now and the next regular meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As we conclude this evening's meeting, I want to thank you for your active participation and interest in staying informed. Your involvement continues to help shape Torrance and keep us moving forward. As a reminder, Torrance Police Department continues its bicycle and pedestrian safety operation this week, thanks to the California Office of Traffic Safety through the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, who funded this program. They will look for dangerous driving behaviors that may put the safety of people biking or walking at risk. Torrance Police share these tips to reduce your risk of injury or crash. Pedestrians should use sidewalks when available, be aware of approaching vehicles, avoid walking or running in the path of a vehicle, make yourselves visible to drivers by wearing light colors, reflective material, and carry a flashlight, particularly at dawn or dusk. Drivers should also take caution of pedestrians and bicyclists by giving enough distance to stop carefully. Be extra cautious when crossing streets or entering a sidewalk at night when it's harder to see people. Follow the speed limit and slow down intersections. Avoid blocking crosswalks and never drive impaired. And lastly, bicyclists should always obey traffic laws, even the e-bikes. Use hand signals, use lights at night, wear a helmet. Bicyclists must travel in the same direction as traffic and should follow the same requirements as a slow-moving vehicle. Use a bike lane when available unless making a left turn, and always yield to pedestrians. As we head into October, the City of Torrance, along with Social Service Commission, is proud to present a special Veterans Appreciation Luncheon and Resource Fair on Friday, October 21st from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. This free in-person event will take place at the Torrance Cultural Arts Center. The program includes access to resource booths along with a lunch for our veterans. Space is limited, so be sure to RSVP by October 14th. You can email Social Services Commission at torranceca.gov or call 310-618-5880. This is the first of a two-part appreciation event honoring our veterans. The second event will be a virtual event and will take place in November, the week of Veterans Day. Thank you again for joining us tonight, and we'll see you back on October 11th. Have a good night. We're moving on to item 15 for adjournment. I'll take a motion for adjournment.
So moved.
It's 1:05, we need a second.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you and good night.